everyone, welcome back to the channel. This is Brandon Despia here. It's the 27th of June. Yeah, so we're gonna play some Master Duel today. Just kind of feel like playing and just sitting and chilling and having conversations. I'm testing builds. I'm testing for Chaos Origins, mostly a little bit through Master Duel, but a lot of theory right now. Kind of thinking I'm gonna start off the format with a Cartesia build. So yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. To be honest with you guys, pretty close to how I want to play the deck, starting the new format. Trying to answer certain questions, you know. Trying to answer questions about what do I want to be able to accomplish game 1 or 2, or what I want to be able to have more access to. So yeah, we're gonna talk about that a little bit, I guess. And this isn't gonna be like a definitive, oh, you have to play this kind of thing. It's just my opinion, what I want to do, and most people will not be doing this, to be honest. I don't really see that happening. So yeah, let me go ahead and pull up the sheet here. Not the sheet, but we're gonna pull up the dueling book, and then I'll show you the deck list. This is still the Cartesia build, like I said before. I just made like some subtle changes, some slight changes to the main deck here. And I do want to have an opportunity to test out some another option as well. Card limits, what's up? How you doing? This is Finest Vicinity. What's up? Let me see here. We can pull up the. Make sure the window capture is available. Oops, let's see. No. There we go. All right. So, let's go ahead and lower this a little bit. I guess we'll just record it for a good video or something. All right. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. We're gonna talk a little bit about what I plan on playing at the very start of the Chaos Origins format and my reasoning for that. And I'm just gonna mess around, have a conversation with the chat, and you know, talk combos, and actually just kind of just practice a little bit, warm up in the training mode before we play some Master Duel. So if this helps you at all, like, comment, subscribe. But I'm gonna just talk about my thoughts on the format overall. Before I go into that, let me pull up this again, once again, with all the different cards I've been looking at. And to be honest, one major thing that kept on coming up in my head was, how am I gonna be able to consistently have more access to cards that can deal with some of these continuous spells, these continuous traps, these spells and traps on the field, especially that when they have so many levels of advantage and recursion in the decks they're coming from. So, you know, like this continuous traps, like the Blitz Click Alternator, we have the Return Stroke, also another option. These are probably cards that are running as a one of, you know what I mean? You know, we have the Step Ladder. Some of the decks will probably be running that. The Kowloon. We have the Mind Shuffle. Mind Shuffle, if they get this out, of course, the Chaos Magician, you're not gonna be able to affect this card, I think. I believe that's what it says. Spell and traps you control cannot be destroyed or banished by your opponent's card effects. So, you know, that's kind of annoying. But, you know, trying to get rid of this before they even get access to this on the field is going to be really important. So the second they try to bring this on the field, probably during your turn, like something like a Garifo, like, are there things I'm going to have to, like, adjust to make sure I can, you know, deal with that? You know, obviously they want Ritual of Light and Darkness to pop off if they don't have access to Mind Shuffle. So I might want to have some way of eventually dealing with that, which Brand doesn't really have access to, negating spells and traps unless they special summon. This does, so we might be able to do something about that. Also, Mind Shuffle might also be something we have to hold our branded Retribution for, because it does special summon. Let me double check Retribution real quick. When a spell trap card or a monster effect. Okay, so it's not going to be able to work against it once they get this on the field. So yeah, we might want to consider a possibility of adding some type of card that can deal with that. Obviously, they have the Fallen and Virtuous, so there's that option. But I was thinking about trying to figure out a way to get something else in there to assist. Chaos Magician, you can't, it's unaffected unless you can target the card. So for Branded, that's concerning because Albaz's effect, Mirrorjade's destruction effect, and Super Poly, as well as Droplet, Crown, they all don't target. So immediately we have to take some of those cards out to have cards that do target in a way that doesn't allow them to recur it back from the graveyard in some fashion. So hopefully some type of targeting, banishing effect is probably the best way to do it, even though they have cards like Chaos Hats to deal with it. The best target for this is going to be, this is probably our best card to use the Fallen Virtuous with, just in case, because at least with Chaos Hats, it doesn't say whenever your opponent activates a quick play spell or spell card. It says when your opponent activates a monster effect or a normal spell trap card. So we would want a Fallen and a Virtuous. That's probably our main thing to try to pop it. Now, do they have anything to have dodged the Fallen and Virtuous? Let's see. Well, they do. It's Mystic Box of Chaos, right? So when your opponent activates a card or effect that targets another card you control, return one of those cards you control to the hand, face down, revealing if you do destroy one card of the field. And then you can special summon a monster. So the thing that makes this deck really annoying is how slippery it is. You really have to put cards in your deck and side deck that just stop the Mind Shuffle the second it appears on the board. You don't want this thing to get started, because if they get out the Chaos Dark Magician, outside of just destroying it by battle, you know, which they can find ways to prevent with other cards like the Fallen and Virtuous, they can run also stuff like that. You're just gonna have to get a bigger monster on the board to attack it, and if you don't, then like you're not gonna be able to destroy it by targeting effects. I mean, by non-targeting effects. You're not gonna get rid of it by non-targeting effects. They have cards they can search in engine that can help them avoid targeting effects as well, and then they can swap it with a Blackluster Soldier, you know, as well, which on summon it can, you know, banish the card that was most threatening on the field. So, and you know, that's really annoying. It does target though, so there is a way to dodge those things. So I feel like I just want more cards that allow me to put pressure on them to use some of these cards early, where I can take advantage of you know, of interactions in my favor possibly. So that's kind of what I'm thinking here. So we got to think about Chaos, Mystic Box of Chaos. We have to think about Chaos Hats. We have to think about the Magician, the Dark Chaos Magician, and of course the Blackluster Soldier. And, you know, and then the Angelic Key has a lot of continuous spells they put on the board in the form of their monsters, but the field spell is really the biggest problem, you know, pun intended. So I'm trying out this build first to see how it goes. I'm gonna be testing it out. So this is my 45 card branded build. So the 40 card branded build is gonna be something that's gonna incorporate more of the board breaking package. I decided to main deck Santa Claus and then have one copy of Lava Golem in the side for a total of three copies of basically you know, of these kaiju like monsters, essentially. One to get 2 monsters off the board, and then one, you know, one for a Santa Claus. I think Santa Claus is better in branded, by the way. It is a fiend, so it synergizes with high spirits just like the Lava Golem does, except the only thing is that Santa Claus is light. So it'll be easier to fuse away this card on their side of the field once we use it, which is going to be something we want to do, because if it's on the field, I think they draw a card, and we get rid of it, they don't get to draw a card. So, but the Kashtira cards, right? I'm trying out this Kashtira package of 3 Fenrir, 1 Rise Heart, and 1 copy of Pressure Planet Rythosoft when the new format comes out. The reason for it is this: like I mentioned before, I am concerned about having enough options to deal with back row cards and field spells in a manner that doesn't let them recur it again. So obviously the option is to banish it or put it back in the deck. So and even if you put it back in the deck, they can get it back. And a lot of those cards are probably going to be ran at 1. The field spell is probably going to be ran at multiple copies for the chess deck, for example. Mind Shuffle is probably going to be a 1 of, or maybe a 2 of if they see this early. But Fenrir with the Rise Heart, then you run the Rythosoft, and then you make room for 1 copy of Arsenal Falcon. What this does is it makes this a very strong card going first and second, I was looking for more cards to allow me to essentially, that represented a starter anyway, but I also wanted more board breaking cards. So Fenrir in this way does both. A single Fenrir will allow me to go into Arsenal Falcon, and that Arsenal Falcon can special summon Kakatorium, which generates my 1 card Fallen of the White Dragon combo. So effectively, any copy of Fenrir in my hand or a copy of Pressured Planet Wraithsoft is a 1 card starter to access the White Dragon engine. But that's just for going first. If I'm going second, then this is still a solid board breaker, because when I attack with it, or if my opponent activates a monster effect, I get to target and banish face down one of their face-up cards on the field. So that's going to be their field spell, their mind shuffle, all those things. And what this gives, it gives me another option going second to remove and board break them, while also simultaneously giving me a 1 card starter that increases my starter density. So I actually increase my board breaking, my non-engine, and my ability to access my engine at the same time by running this package. So I'm not having to choose between one or the other for building this deck, which means I can go 45 and still have enough of both. So obviously when I'm going second, I'm not trying to get Rise Heart. I'm just going to get another copy of Fenrir. And, well, the cash stealer cards we're always good at were forcing interaction. No one likes a Fenrir sticking on the board, because it, you know, if you let it stay on the board multiple turns, then you're just going to lose the game, because it's going to keep on banishing cards from the side, from your opponent. And face down banish is really hard for most decks to get back. They're going to pop it. They're going to destroy it. They're going to use one of their interactions to deal with it as soon as possible, which means that's less interactions for them to deal with my threatening cards, right? For my most important things. We are running the 2 copies of Duel and Lockbird. As an anti-Charmy, it synergizes with High Spirits, and a lot of the Chaos Origins cards want to add cards from the deck to the hand, or add cards by drawing a lot, okay? It happens quite often with them, so the Duel and Lockbird is really going to shut them down while doing minimal damage to Branded. So this is probably going to end up being mained, simply for that reason. Now, for the other spot, you see I'm running the 2 Santa Claus. You could put in Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. I decided to go with the Santa Claus instead, because at the very least, it also synergizes with High Spirits while giving me a non-engine card to board break, right? So that added synergy with High Spirits by dumping the Quiritis is, to me, what gives it a top spot over running the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. But going second, I'm taking out the Pressured Planet, I'm taking out the Rice Heart, and I'm putting in the Ghost Ogre Snow Rabbit. That's what I'm thinking here. I'm running 1 branded opening, which I don't like. I'd rather have it be 2, because Thera turns the opening, along with cards like Tri-Brigade Spring Its Kit and the Quem, into essentially a pseudo board breaker. So running double of this might be something I want to try to do. Maybe drop 1 copy of Fenrir, maybe. I'm not too sure about that. I have enough starters already. Like, this 45 card deck, I believe, has 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it has 20 starters in it, actually. Well, quote unquote starters. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and the field spell counts. So the field spell gets a Fenrir, which goes into combo. So yeah, so the 45 card deck has 20 starters in it. So this is very, very dense with its starters. Actually, give me a second here before we continue with anything. I want to pull up something so you can see the numbers, because I really rely on this website in order to make sure I am building the deck the way that I'm most comfortable with, right? Francesco, what's up? I'm new to the stream and new to Branded. How does the list look like post Corey? Well, you still have some level of versatility, but the questions, the question isn't how should I build the deck for Branded. The question for you should be, what am I most concerned with? And then the options will reveal itself that way, right? So in this video, I'm showing you how I'm dealing with answering those questions, so hopefully you can stick around and learn from that. How's it going? Currently watching from the beginning at 2x speed till I catch up. That's hilarious. Okay. I never heard someone do that before, actually. That makes sense. All right, so I'm running a 45 card deck right now. We have effectively, like I said, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 cards that will initiate one of my important lines going first to get me full combo, or some version of that. So with 20 cards in my 45 card deck that allow me to do that, that means I have a 95.6% chance of opening one starter. But most importantly, which is really matters to me, I have a 74.9% chance of opening double, and almost 40% drawing triple. But most importantly, the double is what's important to me. So this is I like my decks to run in the 70th percentile for opening double starters. The average 40 card deck list is around 67, which is actually crazy that I just realized that can be memed. I think I like mine's a little bit higher than that because I'm a little bit more aggressive. I also like board breaking a lot more than just spamming with hand traps. I think they're more effective in this format and the last format too. So the good question for me now is how much non-engine do I have going second? So we have the Duel and Lockbird. Oh, that's 2. We have the Fenrir, that's 3, that's 5. Okay. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 with the claws. 11, 12, 13 with super polymerization. 14, 15, 16 with the Fallen and Virtuous. So we have 16 non-engine. So I want to see what my percentage is of drawing one of those cards. So I have a 90% chance of opening one of those non-engine cards going first. But obviously when I'm going second, you're counting the 6th card. So we're gonna go like this, right? So I'm sorry, my hand size is gonna be 6. So I have a 94% chance of opening a starter, going second. And then, not starter, non-engine. And then 70% chance opening double non-engine going second, if you include the card you're going to draw. So that's pretty much good for me. I like that a lot. So that's kind of what I'm thinking of here when I build decks like this. So that feels pretty balanced to me. And Branded, in my personal opinion, this isn't something that's generally thought of, but I think 45 cards is the sweet spot for Branded right now. 40 is good. It's solid. You get to run hand traps like a lot of people want to, but right now hand traps aren't it, in my personal opinion, outside of a few very high impact ones. And you lose a little bit of gas that gives you an advantage in the mirror match and overall against other grindy decks, which it looks like the Chaos Origins decks have the ability to grind alongside Branded to a degree, especially the Chaos Ritual decks. They have the ability to recur a lot. Blitzclick also can do it pretty well. I think 45 gives you just enough extra cards to add like an additional engine to help out your starters, or add you additional utility cards that will allow you to have an edge in most matchups and in the mirror match, right? So I'm trying this build out right now. Once the new stuff comes in, I have to go get the cards from tcgplayer.com. By the way, if you want to support the channel, please consider using my link to order the cards, and it's an affiliate link. Whenever you get there, supports the channel. So definitely help your boy out. The goal is to get these cards in the mail and test them out a little bit in Master Duel, because I can play most of this in Master Duel except for obviously Farah and the new fusions. So we're gonna do that today in Master Duel just to mess around and have a good time in ranked. But yeah, I guess what I'll do is before I end this video, let's talk about the side, the extra, and then we'll probably do some test hands in Dueling Book. But let me actually put this here. Yeah. All right. So My side deck is pretty balanced. I try to get as many options available for a versatile sideboard, so I'm running a lot of 2-ofs because a lot of them are hard once per turns, to be honest. So I don't want to. Well, not a lot. Well, some of them are hard once per turns. None of them aren't actually. But we have the 1 Mags. I think Mags is probably mandatory in the main or side of any branded deck right now, so I'm siding it right now. But that can totally change. Maybe if I drop 1 Fenrir and put in the Mags, I can do that if I want to. Honestly, going second, you know, Rice Heart, the Pressured Planet probably goes out. Probably drop 1 or 2 copies in the Dear Servant. You know what I mean? Things of that nature to help me have extra, you know, non-engine to defeat my opponent. But Mags is probably the guaranteed in every branded deck. You can main it or side it. Doesn't matter to me. I'm siding it for now. We're running Diabells. This format does seem to have a higher emphasis on spells and traps, like I said. So your opponent has to set spell and trap cards before activating them. I have to do research on what that means against the chess matchup. I don't know if that means. So, well, the thing with setting with placing, I believe it's placing the chess card. So I don't think it'll work when you place the chess pieces into the spell and trap card zone. Right? I don't think that matters. Right? For example, we go to Angelici problem place, right? So that doesn't, you're not going to be able to affect that. So that's the only issue with the Diabells in that matchup. It's not coming in during that matchup, most likely, because they have too many ways of just banishing it and getting rid of it very, very easily. Plus, they have, looks like they have, if I remember correctly, another reason why I'm running this Kashtira package, actually, if I pull it up right now, where is it at? No, that's not the one. Bastion, I believe, is the one. So when this card is in the back row, all the Angelici cards cannot be destroyed by opponent's card effects. So Kashtira doesn't destroy, it banishes. So that's another option against that matchup. That's why I'm thinking about using it. Yeah, so this won't be coming in, most likely not be coming in against Angelici because they'll be placing a lot. They don't care about Diabells. Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit's going to be really important in this format. This is probably the most important hand trap outside of Bystials, Fool Loss, and Droll, right? You're going to want to pop those field spells. You're going to want to pop that Mind Shuffle in response to them activating its effect. I think that's going to be super important. I would like to run 3, but right now I'm running 2, but, you know, because I want to run Mistaken Arrest as well. So we're going to see how that goes. I still want I would consider taking Diabells out, but I want to respect the other decks in the format that rely heavily on spells for breaking boards and stuff like that, like Sky Striker, Branded, etc. We are running 1 copy of Lava Golem. Since we are basically running a max of 3 of these kaiju-like monsters, we're going to run 1 Lava Golem and 2 Santa Claus, 2 of them in the main, 1 Lava Golem in the side. It's because it doesn't synergize with High Spirits, so it goes in the side for me. I'll take Santa Claus over that. And it pops 2 monsters. It gets rid of 2 threats on the board. But decks can find a way to... some decks can find a way to adjust their board so that Lava Golem is not as valid or not as useful. So, or available. So, Santa Claus getting rid of 1 to start, and then see what my opponent does. Add the Lava Golem for extra help. Seems like the right idea to me. Perulia is going to be really good in this match, in this format. It's going to be better than it was before, so especially against decks like Blitzclick and the Chaos decks, which summon a lot from the hand. So definitely get yourself your play set ready to go. If I wasn't running cards like Mistaken Arrest or something like that, or maybe if I drop the Lightning Storm, this would be a 3 of, and maybe this would be a 3 of as well. We are running the Albaz in the side. This format's not going to be as dragon-centric, to be honest with you. I'm sure of it. I'm not going to take a precious card spot for my Albaz to attack a Zaylin. When I have so many other things to worry about. I need a little bit more versatility for my my precious card spot than that. However, I do respect the card enough, as well as the branded matchup, to have it available in the side. So, as you can see, we're also not running Sea Monster or Theseus. We're not doing that anymore. We don't need it. Oh, well, I mean, it's still a good card, but I'd rather have something else. We just don't have the room to add other cards. Otherwise, they'd still be in there. Like, I would love to run, for example, you know, Albion the Sanctifier Dragon, because then a lot of these cards can't even target Albion the Sanctifier Dragon. They can't even target it. You know, I'm looking at Chaos. They target a card to banish. Angelic Key cards target, I believe they target as well. Let me just double check. Yeah, it says you can target one other card in this card's column, banish it. You can target one monster in another column, banish it. So Albion the Sanctifier Dragon might be a sneaky pick, because at least in a more simplified board state, they don't, like, their options to dealing with it are more limited, right? So, you know, we're just talking about their engines in a vacuum. They can obviously use other things to deal with it, but still, that might be a sneaky pick. This Albaz may just be a Sanctifier Dragon. I don't know. We got we got 1 Duster, 2 Lightning Storm. You know what? I like that. I do. I think that's going to be pretty much standard for branded. Maybe we drop the Duster or drop 1 Lightning Storm, probably. Maybe if we want to add something else. Depends on what the meta's doing. Like, we have to kind of wait a few weeks and see what's going on. But I think this is standard. I am reintroducing evenly match into the deck. Having multiple ways to remove multiple cards by banishment is going to be really important. It also banishes face down. It also gets around certain effects that prevent me from banishing their cards. Evenly match forces the player to banish. So that is a way to get around certain cards in the upcoming format. And then we're running 2 copies of a Mistaken Arrest just to reinforce the weakness of a lot of these decks to always want to search and add cards to their hand and draw. While also, you know, this is more of a going first card anyway. Another way you can just essentially make your board and hit them with a Mistaken Arrest, and they pretty much are heavily, you know, nerfed. And they probably lose the game on the spot there. Albion Sanctifier is my boy. Absolutely love that card. I do too. I do too. A lot of people have been not running that card, but I think it may be necessary. Not necessary. It may be worth trying that card again over Albaz, probably putting it aside. We'll see. We'll see. It's a lot of targeting effects from the other side of the aisle right now, from the new cards. That Sanctifier Dragon would prevent itself from being, you know, let me say, that would Sanctifier Dragon could would not care about those targeted effects. Obviously, it's good in the mirror match, of course. It can't be fused with, so their Albaz and Super Poly don't do anything to it. You know what I mean? So those are those things as well. Fallen the Virtuous doesn't affect it. So maybe there is an opportunity to bring back Sanctifier Dragon over Albaz. But right now, I'm gonna keep that card in just because I want to be proven. I want it to be proven first that we might need to bring that back. All right. So that's my sideboard. My extra deck is going to still be the 2 Albion Branded Dragon. Albion the Branded Dragon, but everything else is a 1 of. We are running the Borderlord Furious Dragon. We're running the Quiritis, 1 Grand Guignol. We are running Transcendence Aeon, the Hyper Invoked Aeon. I think that's going to be a very important card in this format still. This is obviously a hypothesis. We're going to have to test and see. That could change. This could probably be cited. Some people are thinking about citing it. I think maining is probably the best option right now. I want extra options to deal with back row cards and field spells, right? And when I look at Transcendence Aeon against what it could do to devastate a deck. Against Angelic Key, sometimes they're probably going to run like 3 copies of a certain card that they really need to pop off. It would probably be the Enlisted, or it would probably be the Shatranga, right? Because that's the one. I think Shatranga is the one that says you can only attempt to activate up to 5 monster effects per turn. That's really annoying to me. The other one that also makes me take damage, I believe it's the yeah, this guy. That's annoying. Being able to get rid of those cards is going to be very important to me. If I get this off going first, I get to see what they're playing with. Banish 3 of their most important extra deck cards. A lot of these decks, like Blitzclick and the Angelic Key, will most likely be ran with an additional sub-engine. So, removing the bridge between those engines is something I would use the Setrunga for. I mean, what I would banish with the Invoked Omega. Lubellion, Mirrorjade, Mixuzia. I think it's mandatory to run Mixuzia now. Extra utility, extra versatility increases the ceiling of Branded. The last format we got cards that increase the consistency of Branded while making it more efficient. This increases the ceiling. Rinbrum, 1 copy of Dogma because I'm trying out the Arsenal Falcon. You know, I would love to run this at 2, to be honest. Maybe instead of going to Albion the Sanctifier Dragon, I just put like a second Dogma in the sideboard. So when I'm going second, I can take out Raid Raptor and just put the second copy of Dogma Dragon. Maybe that's what I'll do. I don't know. It's also another option. Titaniclad, Ecclesia, 3 Brave Sword Souls. Pretty much everything I mentioned here is mandatory, except for maybe the Hyper Invoked Aeon. But I honestly think this is a bomber. This is a nuke, a tactical nuke. You should run it. If this pops off, you essentially not win the game, but it's really, really close. Some decks might just lose automatically depending on how they're built in the extra deck. And then we actually have the Arsenal Falcon, which is the bridge, the Kashtira bridge to Branded. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about all this stuff here. Let me go ahead and just mess around in. I'm gonna save this. Let's do some test duels here. Just some test hands. All right, so we have a hand here with High Spirits and Santa Claus. And we have the Aluber Jester of Despia, which means we have a normal summon that gives us access to, like, the Fallen and Virtuous, for example, right? So, we're going first. I'm going to go ahead and activate High Spirits during the draw phase, and we're going to reveal Santa Claus. We're going to put it in the graveyard. And then we're also going to send the copy of the Desperate Coritis. And that's going to get us a copy of Fallen the White Dragon, right? Now, because I put Coritis in the graveyard, I'm already calculating in my head that this is probably not something I'm going to be able to summon unless the game gets long and I'm able to put it back into the extra deck. So I'm already thinking in my head, set up a path to be able to make Transcendence Aeon on my opponent's turn by using Coritis as one of the materials I will be banishing with Mixuzia, okay? So we're going to go ahead and put that in the graveyard. Then we're going to special summon the Fall of the White Dragon, which we will dump the Titaniclad for this case. In this case, we're going to activate the effect, and I'm going to go ahead and grab the Incredible Ecclesia. Then we're going to tribute that same Ecclesia and get the Golden Sword Soul. I think the Golden Sword Soul is going to be I think you should highly consider running this card in this format. Just the power of it has increased because of the access to the 3 champions of Sword Soul. So now we have that on the board. I'm actually going to normal summon my Aluber now, and I'm going to activate this. And let's go ahead and grab a copy of the Fallen Virtuous, because I'm going to use my Albion the Branded Dragon now to set a copy of the Branded Retribution, okay? Which I don't even see it on my... whatever. Anyways, we're going to go ahead and add this to my hand. Isn't that weird? I can't see the trap. Odd. There we go. Oh, it's in my hand. Duh. It's in my hand. I'm so silly. Okay, so, yeah. The Retribution's in my hand. Which means if I go Albion the Branded Dragon's effect, I'm probably going to either use this Fallen the Virtuous to pop and then set another one with the Albion, or I can set this one and have the Albion the Branded Dragon set a branded opening, which we'll try that route. We'll try it this time. So we're going to send the Aluber and the Golden Sword Soul, and we're going to go ahead and make the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon. We're going to activate the effect and banish it. and this will get us the Quem, which means our Titaniclad will get Dogmatica Ecclesia. All right, so we'll go ahead and special summon that. And now, new chain here. We can use the Golden Sword Soul to special summon the Ecclesia, and then we have the Quem also in the same chain link dumping a card. Now, looking at my graveyard here, I don't see any reason to dump Tri-Brigade Springen's Kit. I really don't. So let's try something here. I'm gonna declare the effect chain link 1 and banish this. And we're going to have the Quem activate its effect, and I think we can... You typically are going to either dump the Cartesia or the Tri-Brigade Springen's Kit. If you dump Tri-Brigade Springen's Kit, you're going to want to have a Tri-Brigade monster, a Springen's monster, a Fallen Albaz, or a monster that mentions it. So, which we don't have a monster that mentions Fallen Albaz here, except for the Ecclesia, which would be summoned by the Golden Sword Soul. So I'm going to go ahead and just... Let me see what I can figure out here. Maybe we'll dump the Cartesia. Yes, maybe we'll dump Cartesia, huh? Let's go ahead and dump the Cartesia. All right, and then on the resolution of this, we can special summon the Ecclesia or the Cartesia. I'm actually going to bring this back because it's more versatile. If my opponent does some nonsense, I can chain with a fusion summon attempt. But we're going to go ahead and take this and this. And we're going to synchro summon to the 3 Brave Sword Souls. Now we have another chain link to deal with. This will be a search. So if you want to chain link block this, you're gonna have this go first. If you're worried about Ash Blossom at this point, they would have been used Ash Blossom. So I'm more concerned about Ghost Bell at this point. So I'm gonna chain link 1, the Quem, and I'm gonna target. We're gonna get a Cartesia from our deck, or we could get the Pharah, right? But I want to get Mirrorjade at the same. I want to set up a Mirrorjade potentially. So I think what we're gonna do is I'm gonna have this Quem bring back the Albaz, okay? And I'm gonna have this 3 Brave Sword Souls effect activate and get me Cartesia. We're gonna add to our hand, actually. Yep. Okay, cool. And now I'm going to special summon because there's an Albaz on the field or graveyard. And now I'm going to activate this effect. This is something that you've seen Sam Jang or Jiang, let me know if I'm pronouncing it wrong, do. This will probably be a very common combo in Master Duel as well. You're going to go ahead and activate this effect. You're going to send the Fallen of the White Dragon, and you're going to send the 3 Brave Sword Souls. If you were running Sanctifier Dragon, you can also go into this if you wanted to lower draws from your opponent. Actually, you probably have done something way different if that was the case. So ignore that. I'm going to special summon the Albion Branded Dragon. I'm putting it right here. Okay. We're going to activate the effect, and we have 2 options here. We either use the 3 Brave Sword Souls, and we use Santa Claus to make Mixuzia, but typically you're going to want to banish this Albaz and banish this 3 Brave Sword Souls, and this will give you access to your Mirrorjade. So now at this point you have access to a Mirrorjade that can be banished, that can banish twice on your opponent's turn because you have the Cartesia out. We don't need Albaz in order to make Lubellion into whatever, like Chaos Star Source or whatever we want to do. We're not forced into that line because Mixuzia exists. Now I have the Fallen and the Virtuous here. I know my Titaniclad is going to get me access to another copy of the Fallen and Virtuous through the Ecclesia, so I'm not even gonna use this card right now. Except when I'm playing against the Chaos deck. Because of the possibility they're holding a copy of the Kuriboh, of the new Kuriboh, to place a copy of the Mind Shuffle. That is the only instance right now I'm thinking. Actually, there's 2 instances in the new format, I'm sorry. When I'm playing against chess and they place the field spell turn 1. turn 0. But most importantly, Mind Shuffle during the end phase. That's something they 100% can do. So if you're worried about that, you hold onto the Fallen Virtuous, you don't set this card. And actually, you don't even use the Fallen Virtuous in your line. Now that I think about it, the Fallen Virtuous wouldn't be used in this line. So that means this Albion the Branded Dragon would have to not be on the board. I would have to dump this some other way. Alternatively, I'm thinking off the top of my head here. If we are trying to conserve a Fallen Virtuous against our opponent using the Kuriboh, then we need to get this Albion the Branded Dragon in the graveyard some other way. So we would probably, I would say probably we would send the red Albion here instead of this Titanic Clad. If we want, but we would keep the board smaller, I think, as a result. Interesting. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and set the Retribution. I'm gonna set the Fallen Virtuous. We're gonna go ahead and go to end phase. We're gonna activate the effect of our Titanic Clad now, and this is gonna give us access to the Fallen Virtuous because that's why I set the first one. We're gonna special summon the Dogmatica Ecclesia, and it's gonna activate its effect and get a Dogmatica card added to our hand. So let's get this card. And now I'm gonna activate it, and we're gonna go ahead and pop this Albion the Branded Dragon. The card I'm gonna want to dump to the graveyard is gonna be my Dragon that Devours a Dogma, okay? So we're gonna target this, the Fallen Virtuous, and pop it. So now we get to set another card during the end phase, and we also get another interruption in our hand. So that copy of the Dogma here, that's gonna get us a copy of the bird right here, the Mercurier. We get this first before we commit to any other effects, right? As much as we possibly can. Once we have the Mirrorjade on the board, so we can potentially protect it from this Albion from interruption. Or if our opponent decides to go, oh hey, let me discard my Kuriboh, get Mind Shuffle on the board. No, Mercurier negate, right? Because they have to discard it for costs. So that's probably a useful thing to know there. But we're gonna go ahead and activate this now. And actually, for this instance, I'm gonna go ahead and dump. I think I'll just dump the branded opening. Set the branded opening, right? We can either set branded opening or we can set branded and high spirits. Actually, I think since we don't have Farah in our hand, we don't set branded opening. I'm probably gonna set high spirits, right? Because I don't feel like by the looks of it, I'm gonna be discarding one card for Albaz effect, OG Albaz, and then I want to use this as a negate. So I don't want to discard with the branded opening. Let me double check my graveyard real quick. We do have the Cartesia actually, and the Ecclesia, so it's actually not that bad. Okay, so we actually could go ahead and get branded opening, but it's kind of like, man, I really wish I had the Farah in my hand. So there's that. But I'm gonna go ahead and set this because when I get the Ecclesia or the Cartesia in my hand, I'm gonna use the effect of this card to dump the Granguignol. And now, if I have an opportunity to, for example, put back the Quiritis, I'll be able to still have access to it. So we're gonna go ahead and dump this. Set this here, and now I'm gonna put the Cartesia, and I'm gonna put this in my hand. I think that's gonna be probably the right way to do it. And as you see here, I'm thinking for the next turn, the turn after that, I'm not just thinking about what's immediately on the board. You could use Fab you got from Dogmatica Ecclesia during the end phase. Exactly, that's what I'm doing. That's what I did, actually. So this is what the board looks like, and then we're going to bring back this. Okay, so pretty strong here. Wow, we have a lot of cards here on the board. So what does this look? What does this represent? Let's go to the main phase real quick. So we do have the Mirrorjade Banish, right? We do have the Retribution. We have the Fallen. We have the High Spirits. High Spirits would get us what? In this scenario, we probably just want to simply get access to... let me see here. Yeah, I think the best card in this scenario would be to use High Spirits to get a copy of the Tri-Brigade Spring its kit in our hand. So if we want to use it as a discard or for fusion material, we're also resurrecting a card at the same time. So keep that in mind with the High Spirits you see here, okay? But we have the Mirrorjade, so if we declare it, and probably with what we have going on here, the first thing I want to establish is being able to access Mirrorjade. I mean, OG Albaz. Right now, Ecclesian the Dark Dragon is our main way to, really our only way to get access to it, unless when we use High Spirits, we dump the Ecclesia and then use the Fallen and the Virtuous as an option to special summon it. So when we use the Fallen and Virtuous, we're definitely going to have to send Ecclesia. That way, if something goes wrong, we can flex and pivot into Fav, special summon Ecclesia into Albaz, okay? So we're going to go ahead and use the Mirrorjade here. I'm going to dump the Rinbrum the Striking Dragon to set that up to make a banish here, right? Okay. Now, I'm going to go ahead and, let me see, look here. So we have a light monster here, a fusion monster, and we have access to dark monsters here in the extra deck. I actually want to use my Retribution here to make sure at least one of the cards that goes back is my Dogma Dragon. So we're not going to banish Dogma with the Mixuzia to make the Hyper Invoked Omega. We have to make sure we do that. It'll be Dogma, it'll be Quiritis, or something else, right? Let's see here. So we Mirrorjade here. We're going to use the effect of the Cartesia. We're going to put this Albaz, this Mirrorjade in the graveyard. Let's see here. Let me think. Do we want to do that first? Do we want to do that? No. Okay, so let me fix my order here. I just noticed something here. Put this back. All right, so move this back. All right, so after I use the Mirrorjade to banish, right? The main issue is now we only have one spot on the board. I need to see if my opponent's going to do something against this Ecclesia. Because if this Ecclesia sticks on the board for some reason due to its effect getting negated, then I only have one spot on the board here to potentially get an OG Albaz. So what I really, really want to do before I start doing anything with Cartesia is I really want High Spirits to pop off, right? So we're going to activate the High Spirits and we're going to dump this Ecclesia to the graveyard. And we're going to dump the Grand Guignol. And I'm going to go ahead and add the Tri-Brigade Spring its kit to my hand. You could alternatively get the Albion the Shrouded Dragon for next turn if you want to. Alright. So, now that we have that, now I'm thinking to myself, let's get Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon out now. Activates effect. So this will be what my attempt at getting OG Albaz on the board. Okay? If they stop this, my secondary option is now available. Because now I can fall on the Virtuous, pivot to just special summoning the Ecclesia from my graveyard. So I'm protecting myself from hand traps a little bit better this way. Once these options are exhausted, then I'm gonna go try to bring back the Mirrorjade, so I can go into another monster essentially. So that's what I'm thinking about right here, guys. So let's say we go to we try to do we're trying to get the OG Albaz here. Now, in my head, I don't even go for this yet. I go for this before I go into the Mirrorjade Cartesia combo or line to for Quem to bring it back and double banish. But what I'm really waiting for is for them to special summon something or attempt to. I really want this Retribution to go off, right? So this is the problem with running only one Dogma. You have to be a little bit more deliberate in your line order. You don't have as much leeway. So that's like the only issue I have with this setup here with the running the Arsenal Falcon. which makes me feel like I may not even run Albaz. I may just run a second Dogma. So when I'm going second, I take out the Arsenal Falcon and I just put in double Dogma. The second Dogma, I mean. So I need my opponent to try to commit to special summoning. Then I go Branded Retribution. Now that Branded Retribution is going to bring back probably this card and this card. Or I'll probably bring back... Actually, I'll put back the Albion the Branded Dragon, actually. I think that's better. Yeah, we'll put that back. Yeah. Okay. We have at least one Dart Dragon in the graveyard, so that way we could potentially go into Lubellion, into Chaos Star. I mean, Borlo Furus, maybe. That can still be a possibility now. Alright, so now that that's done... Now I'm going to go into the Cartesia. Let's see here. And we're going to go ahead and special summon. I think we're going to go into... We're going to go into OG Albaz, I think. Not OG Albaz. Fall on the White Dragon. So, we're going to go ahead and banish this. And then this is going to activate its effect. Special summon the Cartesia. Right? So now we have access to potentially 2 Dart Dragons that can make us the Borlo Furious Dragon. I can declare this effect. And we're going to get the OG Albaz. Right? Assuming they... I'm letting them play a little bit. I think when you do this route, I'm kind of letting them put multiple monsters on the board. They have to be really careful because they know about Dogma Dragon. Now... The funny way you can kind of try to bait your opponent with this type of lineup or this setup is most people think normally that you run 2 Dogma, so they're really scared of overcommitting when you haven't even forced Albaz yet, when you haven't brought out OG Albaz yet. If my opponent somehow knows I only have 1 Dogma, then they'll probably be a little bit more okay with pushing aggressively on the board when they see my... you know, my Dogma Dragon in the graveyard. So there's a potential to bait my opponent with that. But anyways, we're going to go ahead and use the effect of my Albaz here. Now, here's the thing. I have the Tri-Brigade Springens kit in my hand. If I discard my Tri-Brigade Springens kit, I'm going to need to bring something back. Have room to bring something back. I still have the Fallen Virtuous too, by the way. So, this is what I'm trying to think here. I'm going to want to use Cartesia to turn this into something. I also have my Dogmatic Ecclesia, which can be the spellcaster for the Mixuzia. I don't have to use Cartesia. So how would I operate this? Can I discard the Springens kit, the Albaz, and then chain with the Cartesia to do something else? Does that make sense? Let's see. If I do that, let's say I activate the effect. Send this, and then chain link 2, activate this. Then on resolution, I would send the Mirrorjade. And the... Dogmatic Ecclesia to the graveyard, probably. Or we can do this, because it's gonna go back into my hand. I think that might be better. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Let's see how that works. So on resolution, we get Mixuzia, right? And then I guess we take 2 of their monsters. Let's just say. Actually, yeah, we can do that. So we can either go into Dogma Dragon here, or we can go into Lubellion into Chaos Star. I mean, not Chaos Star Source, but to Borload. We can actually do that too. So we have a lot. We actually have quite a few options here. Let's say, for example, we take this, and we take 2 of their monsters, and we go into just the Dragon Devours the Dogma. Okay. Cool. So now we have Chainlink 1 will activate the Tri-Brigade Spring its Kits effect to reborn the Mirrorjade. And then we have Chainlink 2, the Dragon that Devours a Dogma. I think in this case, I may, what do I want to put back into my extra deck, right? Interesting. Do I want to put the Quiritis back? If we want this Grand Guignol to do something as an additional source of interruption, you could actually bring back the Quiritis if you don't want to go into Hyper Invoked. I kind of still want to go into Hyper Invoked. So let's leave this here for now just to see what happens, because I think what we're going to do is a light and dark banish and just banish 2 cards. We don't have to go for 3 in this case, because I went the Mirrorjade route. If you end on your board in the first turn going for Mirrorjade, then you are not going to get, you typically are not going to get 3 attributes for the Hyper Invoked Aeon, which is fine because you're still going to be able to get, you know, you're still going to be able to get 2 banishes from wherever you want. All right. So, let's see how that looks, actually. Let's go ahead and return... You know what? I'm going to return Retribution back to the deck. And I'm going to return the Tri-Brigade Springens kit, because we haven't used the Rinbrim yet. Put this in the back of the deck. Okay. Cool. And now I'm gonna go to special summon that Mirrorjade. This is not through Quem's effect. This is from the Tri-Brigade Springens kit. Okay. So now we have that going on here. So we have another banish. I'll go ahead and dump that this Albion again. It's a secondary banish. I also now can use Mixuzia now. Activate its effect. I'm going to banish it. And I'm going to banish my Quiritis, right? Which if we wanted to, and we probably should have done this. We do Mixuzia first, banish the Quiritis along with itself to make the Hyper Invoked Aeon. That's what we probably should have done, right? And then on Resolution of Dogma, we should have put back the Quiritis, right? Instead of the Tri-Brigade Springens kit. That's probably a better option right there, right? I think that was a better option, because then we still have the Grand Guignol ability to go get that Quiritis if something happens to the board. All right, we're going to activate this effect. We banish the dark and the light, right? So now we're going to non-target banish from the graveyard or the field 2 cards. So we have a stronger Chaos Star Source that doesn't target, it non-targets, and doesn't destroy, it banishes, right? And since we didn't use Lubellion to do that, we're not locked out of, you know, making this. Quiritis and Titan probably. Yeah, exactly. You were correct about that. Doesn't Cartesia fusion into Mixuzia for a speed spot too? Yeah, exactly. That's what we did. Yep. Yeah, so this is what I'm thinking here. So how many interruptions was that? That was double Mirrorjade. That was Albaz eating up 2 monsters to make Dogma. That was another 2 banishes from Invoked Aeon. That was a... Oh, what? I don't know why I did that. Why did I do that? Let me read it. Let me go back again. So we have double banish from Mirrorjade. We have double banish from Aeon. That's 4. We have, in this particular scenario, Albaz ate 2 monsters to become Dogma. So that's double interruption. Or we took 2 resources away. I'll put it that way. We negated a special summon with the counter trap. Right? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's interruptions. We have the Fallen Virtuous, that's 8. Once they start breaking our board, we have an opportunity to get Grand Guignol to banish now to get Quiritis from our extra deck for additional defensive utility. Right? And since we already used Fallen of Albaz, I think if this got killed by an opponent's card effect, we would get a Luber. Right? Because we can special summon a Despia monster from your deck. So I would get the Luber on the field to get a branded card in my hand. By the way, we also have the Luber in the graveyard. So if they get rid of my fusion monsters, I have another defensive utility piece in the graveyard to negate something on the field, a monster on the field, and another body to block. So if that happens first, obviously my Quiritis can't do the other thing I just mentioned, right? Which makes me feel like we probably should have dumped the Dogmatica Ecclesia, potentially, and put that back into the deck before Dogma's effects activated. Because Quiritis, well, actually, no, not the Quiritis wouldn't be able to get this. We actually could have dumped. No, we want the Quem on the board. We want to keep the Quem. Okay. Interesting. All right. So we already did the second banish with the with that. We technically can initiate a third banish. Let's say, for example, my opponent puts a monster on the board that cannot be destroyed by card effects, invalidating the Fallen and the Virtuous. So what I would do is, I would activate the Fallen and the Virtuous. Remember, we used the Tri-Brigade Springen's kit to summon Mirrorjade. The Quem's effect to res hasn't happened yet. We're going to use the Fallen and the Virtuous, and we're going to dump, I don't know, another monster, right? Like, worst case scenario, we'll dump another monster. Oh, wait, why did it go there? Grave. This is like above and beyond, like, worst case scenario. We're going to pop our Mirrorjade. And then the Quem's going to activate because it saw an extra deck monster go to the graveyard. We're going to bring back that Mirrorjade. And now we have a third non-target banish, right? So at this point, you see we're kind of stretching the limits of our extra deck utility here. Which is why during the end phase, I'm going to make sure I put this Retribution in the back row to start refilling some of these resources. I have a Luber in my hand, actually, in this scenario. We still have the Mercurial negate, by the way. We haven't even talked about that. So when I get to this point, where I'm low on extra deck resources, my goal is to start putting cards back with the Ecclesia Synchro. Note how I don't have any room for Ecclesia Synchro, by the way. So that was intentional. I'm going to have this go back in the graveyard and start putting back resources. I'm going to use Dogma's effect. I'm probably going to find a way to intentionally kill it. And then res it. Okay? So I can put cards back into the extra deck on the next turn. And I'm assuming at this point, like, my opponent's probably still dealing with some of these cards. You know what I mean? That can totally happen. So even if they remove most of this board, I'm getting the Fallen and the Virtuous during the end phase with my Dogma. Let's say they get rid of the whole board. All of these cards are gone. Let's say all these cards are gone now. They found a way to do it, guys. If they haven't killed me through this, because at this point, that means now I also have the ability to go Rinbrum, bring back an Albaz for extra defense. I have a Luber special summoning to protect my life points again. right? So, like, these are now on the board, protecting my life points in addition. This is banishing. Most likely, at some point, the Grand YuGiOh could be banished to special summon Quoritis. You know what I mean? So this... Branded's so fun when it comes to just defending itself. Alright, and I'll put this in the graveyard because I probably negated a monster effect. I don't know how many cards they would have to still be able to break my board entirely and leave me at this point with what I just did. But let's just say they found a way to do that. Alright, so they kill this. They kill this. Well, actually, they probably don't kill it because the attack of the monsters is 0, right? Let's say, despite that, they find a way to pop these 2 monsters, get them off the board. They don't pop the Quoritis because they don't want me to get another monster on the board. Actually, no, you know what? Let's say they do that. Let's say they find a way to get rid of it where I can activate the effect. Okay. So now during the end phase, obviously we have this going back to our hand. We have this going back into our hand. We can't put High Spirits in our hand in this case because we used it. We have this effect activating. I'm probably going to go ahead and set this card and have the Aluber in my hand and get the Fallen and the Virtuous. Or we can actually just use the Dragon Devours the Dogma to get the Fallen and the Virtuous. Now, looking at my deck here, I have no more copies of Fallen and Virtuous. So what I'm most likely going to do... This goes back. When I activate this Fallen and the Virtuous, my main target at this point is the Dragon Devours the Dogma special summon that we're going to put a copy of the Fallen and the Virtuous back into the deck and one of our fusions. Okay? And we keep on doing that every single time for the rest of this game. All right? So this is where the grind game is really, really important. Their monsters are gone, by the way. Mirrorjade blew them up. So that's also great. At this point, we essentially are winning the game. This is a very limited board state. Simplified board state. So I'm going to use the Fallen Virtuous. We'll put that in we'll activate that. Put it in the graveyard. Right? We drew our card for the turn, by the way. Dogma's effects are going to activate, like I said before. This goes back. This probably goes back. Why did I do that? I meant to put it in the extra deck. Right? And we just smash with these. Right? They try to special summon, then we can put 2 more monsters back. You know? And let me see my graveyard. There's still an Albaz in my deck, too. So this Aluber can get Branded Fusion. Wow. That's crazy. This Aluber can still get Branded Fusion. And be still used, I think. Let me just double check. Wait, am I miscounting? No. I'm wrong. The Albaz is banished. Okay, so we'll put that back in the deck. I think we just get the Fallen Virtuous, guys. Add it back to our hand. Yeah. So I think you just win off of this. That's pretty neat. Okay. If you die from that point, then they are just that guy. Yeah, exactly, right? So you have to think about, if for some reason you die, if you lose the game with all that happening in your favor, either you made a major mistake with how you sequenced your interactions, or, you know, they got lucky. You know, like it's like that 1%, 2%, 3% kind of hand that they played perfectly, and you had to also have made a mistake or two along the way. So I feel like when it comes to Branded, when I lose, when I play other decks, I get in the past I got really upset. I think what Branded has done for me is it made me realize, hey, wait a minute. Nah. This deck is really difficult to play. I probably did something wrong. And even when you saw me looking at the lines and stuff like that, you saw me changing my mind and trying to like play out in my head certain lines that I should do instead of the others. And that's kind of like the thing that you have to practice ahead of time. Because one of the weaknesses of this deck is time due to decision overload. Okay? You have to like have an idea about these concepts already, or you're gonna time out. So that's just the truth of the matter. So that's pretty good. That was a pretty good scenario there. Let's go ahead and try another reset. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, respond to somebody. All right. So let's look at this hand. So do we have access to the fallen line here? Interesting. So we have the Deer Servant. That's our 1-card starter. We have the Quem here. We have Farah, which can make our Nadir Servant uninteractable, actually, which is really, really good. I'm thinking we go Quem first. See if our opponent does anything to it, right? So we definitely want to go Quem first. Activate the effect. 100% sending an Albaz monster, right? 100% sending an Albaz. Now we can send a white dragon here. Which I think I will be doing that. Right, we'll send Fall on the white dragon. This will allow us to special summon the Cartesia. Now, I'm going to use Cartesia most likely to fuse with the Farah. But before we do that, I'm going to activate this Farah and reveal my Nadir Servant. So now they can't negate it. Because I know I'm going to banish, I'm going to make material out of it into probably... No, actually, I don't have to do that. I just realized something, guys. I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that. I'm thinking like old Branded. I'm going to activate this effect. And we're going to fuse the Cartesia and our Fool Loss. That's insane. We make Mixuzia. That's insane, dude. That's insane that we can do that. The Fool Loss for most decks is only really great going second. Not only do we have access to make something out of it, turn it into an engine piece with high spirits, it's valid fusion material for one of our most important utility pieces in our extra deck now. Wild. So I made this. We're going to activate this effect now. Special summon Fall of the White Dragon. That's going to activate its effect. And let's go ahead and grab the Cartesia here. I mean, Ecclesia. And now we can go into full combo. Because Quem is not that bad of a normal summon along with other cards. Right? Now, if you're saying, well, Brandon, they could have just Ashed or Veilered or whatever. Okay. Fine. That's fine. I have an uninteractable Nadir Servant now. So, yeah, it's fine. And I'm trying to see if I can find a way to get access to the Fallen and the Virtuous. Can I? Oh, yeah. Because I have Nadir Servant, by the way, I have access to the Fallen and the Virtuous without using my Albion the Branded Dragon, which means I can use the Fallen of the White Dragon. Albion the Branded Dragon to set the Retribution. Or I could set Branded Opening, because we have the Farah in our hand, which now allows me to potentially steal a monster too. Right? Or set High Spirits, which the High Spirits will let us get access to a Mercurier on our opponent's turn, while also stealing a monster with the Farah, while also setting up Grand Guignol into Quiritis. Gold Sword is 5 summons, by the way. I don't care about Nibiru. I don't care about Nibiru at all when I play Branded. I'm just being honest. I just don't. Anyways, so we actually can make Mirrorjade with Farah. Not Farah, with Mixuzia if we wanted to. But I'm going to go ahead and put this in the grave. And, you know what? We could put Quem in the grave, because we already used both effects. That way I have the opportunity to bring it back, potentially on my opponent's turn, with the Ecclesia Synchro, and dump the Tri-Brigade Springen's Kit. So we're going to go ahead and send... Wait, we can't do that. Cannot do that. Leave this on the board. Golden Sword Soul, I think, is fine. We'll dump this still. What's up with this music, bro? What the heck? What's up with this music, bro? One second. But what do I want to... There you go. I should probably put it on... It got mad, like, spoopy for some reason. I was like, wait, what? Okay. So we get this out. We declare. Now, I don't have access to Cartesia here, but we do have Albaz in the graveyard. Golden Source are going to res. Golden Sourcel is going to res. No, actually, we already special summon Cartesia from the hand here in this scenario. So the question is, what do we get with this? Because we would like to go into the Golden Sourcel, but we may not even need to, actually, because we already have Fair in our hand. We have we already used our Cartesia to fusion summon. So we actually want a non-tuner. We actually want a non-tuner if we want to go into the Golden Sourcel. If we banish this, what do we get, guys? You know what I mean? In this scenario. Let's see. Let's think about it. We could get a second Albaz, actually. That's fine, because now when we do banish this Fallen of the White Dragon to make whatever with the Mixuzia, we can potentially still have another Albaz ready to go for other things. That's probably what we would do here. Because I'm not running Tri-Brigade, I'm not running Springen's Kit here. And I wouldn't bring it out even if that was the case, because I don't want to get rid of any of these cards. So I think we're going to go ahead, and if we do banish, we would use the Golden Sword Soul and special summon probably the Cartesia. I think that is probably fine. So we'll go ahead and banish this, and Grab another copy of the white Fall on the White Dragon. Or we can try to get Spring's Kid, actually. Yeah. Oh, someone just said it, literally. Yeah, we'll bring out the Tri-Brigade Spring's Kit. This triggers the Golden Sword Soul. We banish. Special summon one of our tuners. And now, if we synchro summon with this, with those two to make the Golden Sword Soul, what does Tri-Brigade Spring's Kit get back? We probably bring back the Ecclesia so we have OG Albaz access without using the synchro. So we'll go ahead and put these in the graveyard. And I'll put this in the graveyard as well. So when I bring back the Ecclesia, I have access to OG Albaz. When I use Ecclesia Synchro, I'm getting back the Quem. Right? And I still have this available for next turn. I like end boards for Branded that end on a Cartesia and a Mixuzia, to be honest. And when I do this, that means I can make a 3-material Hyper Invoked Omega. Right? So I'm going to go ahead and get the Golden Sword Soul. The 3 Brave Sword Souls. Okay. We're going to clear its effect. Now, what do you get with this card? I actually think... and this is this is one of those situations where I feel like I kind of want to try this card out. Does anyone remember Silent Magician? Because in this line, I was able to get access to Cartesia. I already had a Farah in the hand. I feel like I might test Silent Magician. If you guys don't know what that is, it's a level 4 spellcaster monster with 1,000 attack, 1,000 defense. Actually, give me a second. I'll just show it to you. I'll just pull it up on the screen. Let me go tcgplayer.com, actually. Actually, nah, I won't do that. I won't do that. Let's go Silent Magician. All right. I'll just pull up this. I'll just pull this guy up. Yeah. All right, there we go. I love Silent Magician. I used to play it years ago. Fortune Ladies, dude. Wow, that's crazy. I used to like playing Fortune Ladies a lot too. Yeah. So this is a Silent Magician. You can normal summon. You can't normal summon or set this. You special summon it by tributing a spellcaster monster. So in this scenario, I would tribute over the 3 champions or Sword Soul to bring this out. And it's a once per turn spell negate. It's not negate and destroy. So if your opponent activates a continuous spell or a field spell, if you negate it right then, it does get rid of it. But if it's already on the field afterwards, before you activate this, already face up, then it doesn't work. But this gives me another spell negate, which is something that Brandon didn't have access to for like the longest time. So I'm thinking about testing a copy of Silent Magician, right? I'm genuinely thinking of doing that. In this case, though, we probably would just have to get, like, what, another Cartesia? I think we have to get a Cartesia here. Or we get the Dogmatic Ecclesia, right? Since Cartesia's already in rotation, we actually could just go ahead and grab the Dogmatic Ecclesia here. If I knew... Now, this is funny, because if I knew I was able to do that, I would have not used Farah. I would have not used Farah on my Nadir Servant. Most likely, I would have used it on the Fallen and the Virtuous. I'm pretty sure I'm done with fusions here. I know I can make Mirrorjade, but I want to go for I want to go for the Invoked at this point. Let's say I know what my opponent is playing. I know that they're very vulnerable in the extra deck to a 3-cost Invoked, Hyper Invoked. Why say Omega? I meant Aeon. A 3-cost Aeon against whatever I'm playing against is really bad. I know this now. All right, cool. So we're setting that up. I'm gonna go ahead and special summon this because we're done fusion. We're done with fusions. Activate the effect. I'm gonna go ahead and grab the Fallen and Virtuous. I really would prefer that we had actually used Pharah's effect early on. And, I mean, not use it early on and saved it for the Fallen Virtuous. But the hand we had told me that if I got this Quem negated, right? If this Quem got negated, then I would have to use the Pharah on the Deer Servant. Just to be sure. If this goes through, then the Pharah will now be used on the Deer Servant. That's probably what we're going to have to figure out now. So I can already see a mistake that a lot of people are going to make because I just made the mistake. Using Pharah too early. You want to wait. Going first, you want to wait. You want to see what your opponent's options to stop what you're doing are first. When you get to the point where you have to have this resolved to have a decent field and play through something that you just can't normally play around or you don't want to play around, then you use Pharah. But if you get your combo through, you should really save your Pharah for the Fallen and the Virtuous, which is what we're going to do here instead. So Pharah's going to go ahead and set the Fallen Virtuous. Actually, do we set the Fallen Virtuous or do we keep it? Let me see here. We don't have any fusion monsters in the graveyard, but we do have the Deer Servant, though. So the Deer Servant can take care of that for us. Okay, I think that's fair. I think we activate the Deer Servant here. And I'm going to set... I'm going to send to the graveyard Albion the Branded Dragon. Since we already have Quem in rotation, and we have Dogmatic Ecclesia in rotation, there's no reason to send Titaniclad. So I'm going to send that, and we're going to get Fallen with the White Dragon again. We're going to get that in our hand. Okay. All right. And now we're going to actually use its effect and dump the Dogma and special summon it. We already activated the effect, so it's there for fusion material, okay? Now we have Cartesia that can make Mirrorjade on the opponent's turn with this combination here. Very, very nice. I'm going to go ahead and set my Fallen and Virtuous. My red Albion is going to get me a counter trap. Either a counter trap or it depends. I think it depends, right? If I had another way to get Fallen, if I had a hand that had Fallen and Virtuous already, or Fallen and Virtuous, or access to Fallen and Virtuous and the counter trap, then maybe I would get High Spirits here because we have Pharah. I don't think I used, I haven't used the Grand Guignol yet. Maybe we do that. I don't know. Depends, right? Because I think I do want to keep this in my hand for a discard potentially with Ecclesia, so maybe we won't do that. All right, I think going for the counter trap is probably the better option here. So yeah, we'll go to end phase. We're going to go ahead and Dogma Dragon first. Get the bird up. We don't have the Albaz fusion here, so this doesn't matter as much, but I want to get that first. If we had Albaz fusion already, then obviously we get Mercurial first to potentially block an effect. But we're going to activate this effect here. I think we just go ahead and set this, right? Now, here's a question for you guys. Let's say you're playing against a deck that can really easily destroy Pop Back Row. With the hand I have right now and the field I have right now, what would you get with the effect of Albion the Branded Dragon? I would say you go for Branded and High Spirits here. If you know you're playing against like Sky Striker or a deck that runs a lot of back row hate, if you're playing against Blitzclick, maybe you don't get out Retribution if you have the Pharah in your hand. Maybe. I don't know. We'll have to find that out. I need to test that more. We'll set this, though. We'll add this to our hand. Let's get special summoned. So that's the hand. This is the field right now. Oh, I'm sorry. I just totally forgot something. Another mistake people are probably going to make. I forgot to activate this effect during the main phase. So we're going to call Divine. I have forgot about this already. You can't forget that. I'm picking Divine because of the suggestion that I heard Sam Jang say. If you pick Divine, it's a little bit harder to super poly a Divine creature. There isn't a lot of targets for that. Although Mixuzia exists, so if they have Mixuzia, it doesn't matter. Actually, no, I'm sorry. It does matter. They can't. Well, if they have super poly, they're gonna take Mixuzia or one or two of your monsters and do something with it anyway. So, yeah. Anyways, so yeah, this is our board. Nothing else is really happening now. Yeah, there it is. Okay, cool. So let's say we go back to our turn. What do we have available? Like, what is available to us? I know I can make Mirrorjade with the Cartesia. I don't have access to Quem. I'm trying to think here. We also don't have access to a light monster. Okay. If the goal is to make Transcendence Aeon, I have to set cards differently. Based on what I'm looking at here. Okay. Let's go back to the end phase of the previous turn. Or like the main phase of the previous turn. Yeah, no, the end phase, I mean. If I want this Mixuzia to make Aeon, then I have to set... I can't set Retribution here. Yeah. Especially if I'm using my Ecclesia and the Dart Dragon to get the Quem out, because then they can take advantage of the Quem. That makes the most sense to me. Yeah. Huh. Okay. So it appears there will be lines that set high spirits more often in niche scenarios. If the goal is Aeon. If my goal is just to get Mirrorjade and loop it, we probably just go back to the counter trap, I think. In this scenario, I'm thinking in my head, I'm trying to use Aeon because I know that an Aeon resolution would just automatically win me the game. Or really close to it. That's why I'm committing to it. Just so you're aware. Okay. So, yeah, let's try this out. Back to the main phase. Alright. So, we do have the Cartesia fuse. We have the Mixuzia fuse as well. We have access to a potential Mirrorjade here. We'll love the Quem to be able to see that so we can bring back... Huh. Can we make use of Tribegate Springen's kit here? Because the simple answer would be just this Ecclesia becomes a Quem. Right? Yeah, it's probably the simple answer. We should probably just stick with the simple answer here. Everything else is getting complicated, right? Let's go ahead. Declare this. Banish it. And let's special summon that Quem. And then that Quem's going to activate. And I think I'm going to go ahead and put in the Branded Opening. I think I'm going to put Branded Opening in the graveyard here. To me, that makes sense. To protect our monsters from getting popped a little bit better, which is why I'm thinking maybe in future builds we might just double up on opening just to have an extra destruction effect, because I'm thinking about Blitzclick. Like they can destroy things constantly. So I'm wondering about that. We'll see. Okay. So we got that set up. I can go Cartesia here and make Mirrorjade. I think I would try to go the Mirrorjade route first and see what I bait from my opponent, right? So I would do this, right? Send this to the graveyard. Send this to the graveyard. We can go Albion the Branded Dragon into Mirrorjade if we want to. But we don't necessarily have to. And I think it's probably better we don't do that, because I want to send another Albion with the Mirrorjade's effect. So I'm going to go ahead and bring out the Mirrorjade. Cool. Now, do we use the Quem's effect? No. We don't use Quem's effect. And the reason why is because I may have to use the Fallen and the Virtuous to pop my Mirrorjade and then use the Quem to reborn it. I want to have that option on the table. Alright, so we got that out. So now we're representing a non-target banish. We're representing potentially 2. And obviously we would put these back maybe. If we put these back, then the issue is... Yeah, we have an issue. We might have an issue here. Okay. Alright. I got another idea. Let's activate High Spirits. Okay, let's say they go for another let's say they get a monster on the board, right? The cool thing in this scenario would be, let's say we don't hyper focus on the Aeon. The cool thing would be if we go High Spirits, right? We reveal and send the Pharah. We dump the Granguignol. And we'll probably get something like, what will we get here? I think in this case, we probably grab the Albion Shrouded Dragon, right? And then, on a new chain, this special summons onto the field. And we could probably steal a monster if we had room, actually. Interesting. Okay. I would need the extra room for that, though. Huh. Does that mean that I wouldn't go into Mirrorjade first? I wouldn't go into Mirrorjade yet. I'd probably go into Dogma first, which means I would have to use... I mean, actually, we have Dogma in the graveyard already, so we can't go into Dogma. Yeah, I think we have to use High Spirits to send the Light Fusion monster in the graveyard to set that up. So maybe we don't actually put this in. We actually don't use that. We use this. We just send this instead. Yeah. Because there's no point in like using that when we don't have the room to steal a monster. Okay, that's fair. I'm going to go ahead and declare this effect. I'm going to banish this. We're going to banish the Granguignol. I'm going to banish Albion the Branded Dragon. And now we get the invoked Aeon here with 3 materials. We banish 3. And we banish 3 from the extra deck. That's really stupid. The Quem could resolve here and bring back the Ecclesia. Also, I just realized this is in the graveyard because we didn't have room. Did we not have room for it? I think we didn't have room for it. That's interesting. Interesting. Okay. Let's banish 3. Banish once. We could use Fallen Virtuous to kill it, and then Quem bring it back, so we banish twice. That's 5 forms of interruption there. We have the Mercurial for 6. We have 6 there. So that's still about the same amount of interruptions. On the field anyway, potentially, or graveyard. Could let me see here. We actually could use the Quem to bring out the Ecclesia. We actually use the Quem to bring out the Ecclesia and Dark Dragon, but I don't see any real reason to do that though. Also, I just realized Quem could bring back the 3 Brave Sword Souls, right? Yeah, we could bring back this too. Okay. So you still have you have the pop, we have the negate, we have banish 3, banish once. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not bad here. The last combo we had a little bit more, a higher number of interactions. This one has about 6 interactions, potentially 6, maybe 7, because we will blow up the board too, I guess. But with the Aeon here, if we know that banishing extra deck monsters would just end the game, this is better. If we can get to the pop off. And because we have the Fallen Virtuous, if they try to negate it, then we can just activate the Fallen the Virtuous and pop it, right? So let's say they try to activate the effect with some type of card. Okay. Activate the Fallen Virtuous. I'll send Rimbrem the Striking Dragon to the grave. And I'll pop this card. So now it dodges, right? And now the Quem could get the Ecclesia back. I think is probably the right thing to do. What do we think? Yeah, I think that's the best. That's probably the best thing to do. Because now I have 2 ways to get OG Albaz. In case you have a hand trap to stop one, I have another attempt at it. Right? I think. Right? Yeah, because I would get the... Actually, no. I don't have room. I don't have room here. Interesting. I guess I would just use this to go get the OG Albaz, because I don't have Rimbrem into this unless they get rid of a monster on the board. So there's that. That is true. The question is, what would I make, right? I probably would have to... The options I have here, it's either Albion or Lubellion, I think. So that's kind of... It's a little bit more limited in that scenario. And this is the problem with having double Dogma, I think. By the way, we haven't even seen a Kashtira monster yet. Okay. Yeah, I'm liking where this is going. I think I will be testing it without the Kashtira package in terms of the extra deck spot taken. I will be doing that too. So yeah, that's probably what we're gonna do for Master Duel actually today. Yeah. Let's do one more. Reset. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. So we have access. We can do. Wow, we have Fallen Virtuous here. So this Aluber can actually put in some work here. Let's go ahead and just special summon this. I'm gonna go ahead and get this in the graveyard. Titaniclad. Declare the effect. Let's see. Ecclesia. This is actually a really busted hand, to be honest. All right, activate the effect. Put in grave. Let's see here. Golden Sword Soul. I'm gonna normal summon here. Activate the effect. I'm gonna get High Spirits in my hand. Probably not gonna use it yet. I'm probably gonna set it next turn. Let me set it for next turn. Go ahead and synchro summon. Plays in the Dark Dragon. Declare. Banish. Get the Quem, right? Yep. Alright, Chain Link 1 to block against Ghost Spell, I guess. And then Chain Link 2. I'm going to go ahead and send the Tribegate Spring and Skit to the graveyard. And now on Resolution, we're special summoning the... Wait, that seems wrong. That seems wrong. We already have Cartesia in our hand, too. So what would this do in that scenario? Nothing. Do we send this? That seems wrong. Okay, what do we do here, guys? Let's see. Oh, that's why. That's why. Okay, that's where the mistake was. Never mind. The mistake was sending the Aluber. We send the Aluber later. This goes in the graveyard. That's why. Okay. I knew I messed up somewhere. So watch that mistake there. Be careful of that mistake, guys. Don't be so crazy to send the Aluber to make the Ecclesia, because we want to make Golden Sword Soul. We need 2 bodies resurrected from the graveyard to do it with this setup. All right, so we bring this back, and then this is going to activate its effect in the graveyard and special summon the Albaz again. Now I'm going to go ahead and remove these and make the 3 Brave Sword Souls. Now we can special summon a monster back from the graveyard if we want to. Do we want to do that? Or do we want to wait and reborn the Ecclesia for Albaz access? I feel like we want to not do it yet. Let me think here. We have Super Poly. We do have Super Poly, so we can use it as material to make... Oh, wow. Since we have Super Poly... This could work out, actually. Yeah, because we have Super Poly. Go ahead and special summon this. This will probably be Chain Link 2 if we're worried about the Ghost Spell. This will be Chain Link 1 if we're worried about Ash. And the reason why I would do that is because we already have a Cartesia in our hand. So if they negate this, then we have Cartesia anyway, so it won't matter. They'll look dumb. But we'll use Brave Sword Souls to put the Pharah in our hand. Now, you don't always have to go for Pharah. Sometimes, especially if you didn't start the combo by sending off the Titaniclad, you can just use the Pharah to get Dogmatica Ecclesia. You don't always have to get Pharah. So some people might be thinking you have to run Pharah in the deck right now. You can try decks that don't run the Pharah and just have the 3 champions get Ecclesia instead. And what that could let you do is not feel forced to send Titaniclad. You could just send your red Albion if you want to do that instead. So be able to just, thinking about that, that seems important to mention. So the Pharah here, although I want the Pharah to make my Fallen and Virtuous stupid, so more stupid, I mean. All right, we're gonna special summon this. So at some point, this kit's gonna get fused away or something to reborn a monster. So I'm thinking we're gonna fuse here. All right, cool. I'm gonna go Red Albion. Actually, let me think here. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, we'll go Red Albion. Declare its effect. We'll banish these two. Alright. Reveal Farah. And reveal Fallen Virtuous. We'll set the Fallen, I guess. Yeah, we'll set Fallen. We'll set Super Poly. We would need 2 discards in our hand during the end phase because we want the Farah to be potentially used for high spirits. Right now, we only are presenting 1. So I think what we need to do is, when we make this Albion the Branded Dragon, we don't send... We want to send the Cartesia. So it's in the grave. And then we banish the champions on the field along with the Albaz. Because I want this card in my hand for discard. Okay, there we go. I'll set this. Now we go to end phase. And we're going to go ahead and add to our hand here. Okay. We're going to activate this effect. Get 3. What are we getting? The Dogmatica, right? Yeah, Dogmatica guy. Declare. Alright. Fallen Virtuous adds to our hand. Activate. Target. And we'll send. What do we send? We have 1 Red Albion here already, and we have Titaniclad in the graveyard. I feel like I should probably send Rinbrim here. But we can also send Dogma to get the bird. Do we have the bird banished or something? No, we don't. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna send the Dogma. Yeah. We're sending Dogma. Pop this. Alright, and then this effect's gonna activate. Get the burb. This is I really enjoy these combos where I get access to the burb as part of my interruptions already. We have Super Poly, Fallen Virtuous, and High Spirits here, so the Red Albion is going to set this guy. Right? We're gonna declare that effect. Alright, cool. So we have those. Alright, so we have enough discards for Albaz and Super Poly. We have another disc. We have Farah going to the graveyard via High Spirits. We have the Super Poly that's uninteractable. We have the Counter Trap that's spell speed 3. We have Fallen in the Virtuous that is uninteractable. So yeah, that's a really good hand here. We have non-target banish. We have a monster negate. We have a monster potential monster steal. We'll bring this back. We have an Eluber to protect our. We have an Eluber for defensive purposes. When we use High Spirits, the Farah will allow us to sing Granguino, which will give us access to Quiritis for additional defensive support. We do not have Cartesia on the field, and we have no access to Albaz, so we can't do double Albaz banish yet. I don't think we can do that yet. However, I do have Dogmatica Ecclesia on the board and a Super Poly, so I can go into Mixuzia by taking one of their key monsters. That's wild, bro. That's wild. That's crazy. I can use High Spirits to get access to Albaz, so we're good with that too. Right? If we go back to, if we do this here, I need room before I commit to that. So let's say I'll declare this and banish. I feel like we get maybe double check here. Okay. We get Cartesia on the board at this point. Right, we get Cartesia on the board. We want to wait on High Spirits. I would like to have 2 monsters on the board. We could... Yeah, we have the Dragon Devours the Dogma there. Okay, so I think one of the first things we want to make sure we get cleared off is the Retribution, I think, right? So we activate Retribution. We put back in the extra deck this guy. We put back in the extra deck probably this guy. And we're going to negate a special summon. Okay. So now, when I go into... When I want to go High Spirits, I might be able to go Dogma Dragon immediately after this, right? So we go, let's say for example, we go Declare, Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2, Mirrorjade, okay, Chainlink 3, will this work? Let me see. We reveal. We don't even have to do Chainlink. We can just separate this, I think. But let's see how... Can I make room for this? Let's go ahead and send the Grand Guignol to the graveyard. Huh. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and grab an Albaz here. Fallen White Dragon. Okay. Then the Mirrorjade is going to non-target banish. We already sent for that. Then the Cartesia is going to fuse... Tri-Brigade Springen's Kit. Mirrorjade. Oh, this is in the graveyard, by the way. And the Albaz in my hand. So that's going to make the Dragon Devours the Dogma. Okay. So we have... We should probably Chainlink 1. Tri-Brigade Springen's Kit. Chainlink 2... Farah. Chainlink 3. Dogma. Chainlink 4. Super Poly. Dump the Ecclesia to the graveyard. And now I'm going to send either the... I think we send Cartesia here. And one of their monsters. And we make Mixuzia here. Okay. Then this is going to... Do we send the Golden Sword Soul back to the deck? Or did I miss the order? Did I do the order incorrectly? No, what we should have did was, during the previous chain, we used Super Poly to take the Cartesia off the board and another monster on their side. That's the chain that we make the Mixuzia. Right? Because then on this chain, I can go Chain Link 1, Springin's Kit to bring back Mirrorjade, Chain Link 2 Pharah special summon from the graveyard, Chain Link 3 Dragon Devours the Dogma, Chain Link 4 activate Mixuzia, banish. Does this work? Let's see. Banish you and banish you. And then this makes a 2 material Aeon. Okay. Then this resolves. I put these cards back into the extra deck. Right? Okay. Then this resolves. This goes back here. Tri-Brigade Springin's Kit resolves. Brings back Mirrorjade. The problem is I don't have room to use this effect to steal. So, okay. This will be interesting, trying to figure out the right way to order things to make sure we can constantly steal stuff. This is obviously in a game of solitaire where our opponent isn't interacting or removing stuff from the board, right? I tried to use Dogma to create additional space, and it still wasn't enough to create one more spot. Wasn't enough still to create one more spot to steal a monster. Very, very interesting. Okay. I like this. All right, this is nice. So obviously when I'm playing against somebody, this will we'll be able to create more room because they'll be taking stuff off our board, etc., etc. Some things won't resolve. Okay. Yeah, man. Very happy with this. All right, guys. So I think through a little bit of the testing you saw here, a few things I would say to be very careful of going into the next format while you're doing your lines. The big thing is, one big thing is, make sure your Pharah, if you're going to try to special summon the Pharah, make positively sure you're in a position to have the room to steal a monster, right? Make sure absolutely you have that ability to do so. Another thing is, when you use Mixuzia's effect, I mean, when you make Mixuzia on your turn, that means you're probably going for some really ridiculous play, like the Aeon. If that's the case, you want to make sure you use its effect before you go into the main phase, before you go into the end phase. Change its attribute to a non-chaos attribute. Most likely, Divine is a really good one right now, apparently, which I agree with. But if you're going to go into Aeon, you want to make sure you have at least one light fusion as a material. Okay? Either on the field or in the graveyard. So there will be times, by the looks of it, especially if Pharah is in my hand, where I may not want to set a Retribution, especially against decks that have really good board breaking on the back row, because they can force it out or you won't be able to use it. So have something chainable in its place. So if you have Pharah in your hand, that's a good opportunity to say, maybe I want to get High Spirits or Branded Opening instead. That's another thing I've noticed with these lines now. Obviously, if this wasn't there, this would be another Dogma. Or if you're fine with one Dogma, this could be Chaos Star Source to go along with the Borlo Furious, I guess. Yeah, making sure you have that light fusion monster is going to be really important. it does make it does make it feel a slightly more punishing with this setup I have for mistakes. So I gotta keep on practicing before I start going into events with this build, just to make sure I get the lines perfect. And I think patience is gonna be a really big important part of this build. It was like that before, but definitely be patient. You don't want to just do everything at once with all your effects and stuff like that. I think that's going to be the most important thing, because you want to leave options available for tricks. Okay, all right. I think I'm gonna stop here for the video, but let's do some Master Duel soon. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching and just sticking around. Let me show you the deck list one more time before I go to Master Duel here. This is what I'm working with. I'm gonna play Master Duel with the Kashtira cards too. See how that goes. Again, main deck the Santa Claus, main deck the Pharaoh. I am considering running Silent Magician for its spell negate. Searchable through the 3 champions of Sword Soul, but most definitely if you're not running. Like, there's room in a 45 card build especially, right? For that, like, if I didn't run, like, this Kashtira package, I would definitely run one of these spots being a Silent Magician and the rest of it non-engine, or even just a few extra starters, like another branded opening, for example, would probably be what I'm looking into. At least 1 or 2 more copies. Yeah. That's 5 spots right there. So we can definitely do that. Alright guys, thank you for watching. Take care of yourself. Until next time we have another conversation about Branded. Alright. I'm going to play Master Duel now. Alright, let's go play some Master Duel, guys. I should probably edit the name of this deck too. Alright. See how that works. See how that goes. Actually, you know what's... I kind of want to try it today, actually, now that I think about it. What do I want to do? What do I want to take out? Let's drop 1 Kashtira Fenrir. And try 1 Silent Magician. Let's try that. See how that looks. Let me double check something real quick first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19. That's fine. That'll work. That's acceptable. The previous deck list I showed you had 20 starters, but with the max, the Maxine and extra branded fusion, that's fine. Alright. Let's do this. Hello guys, welcome back to the... Let me do that again. Hello guys, welcome back to the channel. This is Branded Despia, going back into Master Duel with a 45 card Branded Despia list, running a small Kashtira package. I made it very, very small, like just 4 cards total. And I'm going to be testing out Silent Magician today. In the deck list. This is something that we can search with the 3 champions of Sword Soul, as it does meet the requirements of a level 4 spellcaster with attack equaling its own defense. Why am I running it? Because it allows us to have access to something Branded doesn't typically have before, which is a spell negate. The other parts doesn't really matter as much to me. It does gain additional attack for each card in my hand, sure. That might come up every once in a while, but I'm mostly bringing it out for the spell negate. You're also seeing that I'm running Santa Claus as another part of my non-engine. It does synergize with Quiritis after all, so I think that might be something worth testing in the long run. And then the other hand traps or non-engine we're running is the 2 Droll, the 3 Fool Loss, and then we have our Super Polymerization and 3 copies of the Fallen and the Virtuous to go along with it. So that's what we're going to try today, and with the Kashtira package, that does mean we can use the Arsenal Falcon with our 2 Kashtira monsters to get access to Kakatorium, and that gives us access to the Fallen of the White Dragon line. So let's see how that goes. Alright, so hopefully you guys enjoyed the content, and make sure you leave comments about what you would do in certain situations. Leave if you have a specific thing you have a question about, leave a timestamp so I can see it and either respond to it or at least give you credit for mentioning that, and say, you know what, you're right about this, you're right about that, you know, things like that, things of that nature, right? We're all trying to get better at Branded. I'm currently in Platinum Tier 2, so let's see how far we can go today. No cuts. I'm going to leave all the bad duels. I'm going to leave the good duels, and all the duels in between. So, hopefully you guys are having a good time with Master Duel in with Branded in Master Duel, I mean. Oh, going first for the first game? Nice. Hopefully the dropping 3 Fenris to 2 doesn't, like, bite me. Okay, so that's cool. So we don't have any plays here. All right. That's crazy that I don't have that. So if you guys remember before I mentioned that this deck has a 94.62% chance of opening a starter, and I drew no starters. So we're just going to set. All right. That's crazy. What a great start to the duel, I would say. So Super Poly into a monster, to Mirrorjade, hopefully send Renbrum, another Super Poly attempt, most likely. So that means both of these cards will have to be discards. Ice Barrier, man. Did not expect that. It might be worth. He's added a card to his hand. Yeah, that might be worth it. You built Memento, Mitsurugi, Fiendsmith. Nice. Not sure you saw my comment from earlier, but I've been getting pretty decent results out of running a single decisive battle of Golgonda on MD. I'll have to look in and see what that card does again. Too bad there's no good way to search for it. That's unfortunate. I wish there was a way to search for it then if it's been doing really well for you. I'll have to look at the card again. I have replay if you want to see how it works. Oh, no, I've seen it. I think I've seen something like that before. Yeah. I don't have a Discord to send that stuff, though, unfortunately. If you post it online and send me and like link me in the comments or something, like that might be legit. All right. So we still have 2 interruptions left. You guys let me know, did the Droll do anything against this guy? Okay. Oh, from hand, field, or graveyard? Damn. If I had an extra discard, I could immediately use it, but... So field or... So whatever I send to the graveyard, he's gonna banish it, right? I'll play this in case. He probably will banish it though. Let's be real here. Oh, you know what? We'll do this. I'll just send both. He's gonna banish one of the fusions. Right? I mean, that's what I would do. So now if he banishes one, doesn't matter. I still get stuff. I still get the Fallen and Virtuous. Okay, he decides. Alright, there we go. Yeah. I'm probably dead, though, right? He has 4 cards? Like... Oh, I survive! Hey! I survived, guys! Oh. He had to use the Ash Blossom anyway. Okay. All right. Well, that's fine. So let's just top deck into Heart of the Cards. Okay. So we don't have anything. Well, we tried. We tried. We tried, guys. He used the normal summon? Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll just stop here. I think we'll just go ahead and scoop. That was unfortunate. We did the best we could. Our hand was objectively terrible, right? Now, if I didn't use the Droll, I would have had the potential to maybe keep playing. Maybe. It's hard to say. Angelucci has 4 cards. Yeah, it depends. Like the top deck would have been crazy, right? Yeah. Yeah. So we did the best we could with our crappy card. Crappy hand, I mean. But you see how much work Super Poly put in though in a branded deck, which is absolutely insane. And they want to limit it. They want to put the 2. I don't agree with that at all, by the way. I don't. I do not agree with that. I think that is wrong. People have enough harder time playing against the you know, Colton, for example. All right, let's see if we can get an Imperm Veiler off of this guy. He does not flinch. I'm gonna get the Fallen and the Virtuous. Oh, okay. No Droll? No, he has something else. Let's see here. He has... I think I know what he has. I'm just gonna dump this. Okay, I thought he would have it. Interesting. Alright, he has Maxi? No, he would have did it by now. He would have done it for sure by now. Guys, do I have Sword Soul in here? I think I do. I think I do. Yeah, he's gonna... Nothing. Okay. Yeah, I do. Okay. What is he waiting for? Was he waiting for this? Okay. That's what he was waiting for? I don't know if that matters, bro, but okay. Sure. That's what he was waiting for? No, he has something else. He has something else. Okay. So, I'm going to go ahead and... Let's see here. What do I want to do? Albaz doesn't do anything here. I don't think we're going to be going into anything insane here, actually. Let's go ahead and activate... He probably has Ash Blossom, actually, now that I think about it. Okay. There he goes. See? Yeah, that's why. Alright, so we got rid of 2 hand traps. So we're playing through 2 hand traps here. We still have Albion the Branded Dragon in the graveyard. And we still have the Fallen of Virtuous. So we're actually in a very, very good position. Yep. Let's go ahead and end our turn. So we're going to activate this. And we have the Fallen of Virtuous set already. So I think we're going to go ahead and set the Retribution. And I think I'm going to want a discard. So we'll put that in our hand. All right, there we go. Let's see how much that didn't matter, guys. Just FYI. Fallen of Virtuous is going to special summon here. Let's see what he gets. We could probably allow him to go into... He gets the Fallen of Virtuous. Okay. That's fine. That means we do not go for Ecclesia the Dark Dragon here. High Spirits. Alright. So now he has access to a way for to beat our OG Albaz and our Ecclesia the Dark Dragon. And I don't have a way to... Let's see. What do you get? He had a Fallen of the White Dragon. That's fine. I want him to I really want him to commit to I really want him to commit to Ecclesia the Dark Dragon like he did to me. I really, really do. Alright. Let's see what he does here. I can just Fallen in the Virtuous his Ecclesia back. I can literally just Fallen in the Virtuous his Ecclesia back. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah, we can just Fallen in the Virtuous his Ecclesia. Actually, no. We can Super Poly him right now, actually. No, I want him to go into Ecclesia so he's out of the Branded Fusion line. Yep, there we go. Clever girl. What would he add to his hand that matters? I think he's trying to, like, play around something. I think he's trying to play around something. Alright, so... Target one face-up card in the field, negates effects, and then destroy it. That's fine. If he uses it on the token, that's fine. Okay. does have the Titanic Lad. So he's locked out of the Brafu route. He still has the Fallen and Virtuous in his hand. Alright. So what are you gonna do? He's pinned down because he knows I have Fav. He can't activate this. Alright, so we just send Rinbrum. Pop. And I'm also going to activate this. And special summon my Fall of the White Dragon. No, I wanted him to synchro. I need him to synchro. So he can't go Brafu. I'll banish. Nice. What's he dumping to the graveyard? I want to see that first. Because he might dump Trivigate Springen's Kit here. Which should get him the OG Albaz again. Okay. He's holding Fav for the he says he has a whole Fav for my Ecclesia the Dark Dragon and my Fall of the White Dragon. It's gonna be really annoying for him. Okay. Is he going to try to force the Ecclesia Synchro? That's probably smart. Oh, I see. Okay. Activate this. He's trying to force it so he can use Fallen and Virtuous on my Albaz. He might also chain his Ecclesia to stop it. So do I discard a card? Do I discard a card to... Yeah, I think we just... If I discard a card, he's going to pop Fallen and Virtuous. Yeah, we're not going to do it here. And then I'm going to use Super Poly. There we go. Now we activate its effect, and we get rid of his Ecclesia Synchro and his Dogmatica Fusion. Alright. So go ahead and pop Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon. I'll just bounce your monster. Actually, I probably should have activated it anyway to force him to use a Fav. Okay, he gets rid of that. Cool. Is he using it to special summon? Okay, he's gonna pop my Ecclesia and Dark Dragon. That's fine. Yeah. That's fine. He was gonna do that anyway. Right? He was gonna do that anyway. She's gonna get another Fav. Now, this Fav can be used... He can use the Fav to take stuff out of my graveyard because he has Ecclesias. Unless he takes the Ecclesia and puts it in his hands. If he does that, then I don't have to worry about him reborning out of my graveyard. Branded in red? Oh, wow. He's going into Mirrorjade now. We stop it now. Did not expect that. Oh, crap. Did I screw up? That was a mistake. Or was it? Oh, so he wants to remove my stuff from the graveyard. Okay. I think he wants to remove my, yeah. That's cute. Okay. Do I have the card? Do I have this? Okay. I think we just play this. That's fine. He actually plays that. That's hilarious. That doesn't do anything. Okay. Wait, what? Hold on a second. Why can't I special summon? What the frick? Whatever. I don't know what happened. It wouldn't let me revive his Dogma, dude. That was weird. It wouldn't let me do it. I did click on option 1. Are you sure? I feel like I didn't. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I think I just lost this game. Yeah, I think I just lost this game. Oh, he summons his monster. Okay. What the frick? He could have taken my monster, couldn't he? Ah, fuck it. Whatever, dude. Whatever. Yeah, I messed up, guys. Alright. Keep it going. That was weird. Like, I thought for sure I was gonna steal his... That messed up my mindset, man. I thought for sure I hit the second option. I hit the first option by accident. That blows. That was winnable. Yeah, I couldn't think. I couldn't think on that one. Back the bird and send it again. Yeah. Nah. I messed that up. I was gonna swing with the his dogma. I was going to do that. So that's a little bit of annoying, a little bit of annoyance that happens to me, dude. Lol? Okay. Let's go ahead and do this first. Okay. We can't add Fall of the White Dragon to our hand. Normal summon here. Do this. What's he got? Okay. We can do this. Okay. He can get one draw. He can get one draw here. Actually, he gets two. He gets two draws, I think. Yeah, he gets two draws. That was pointless. Alright. Okay. Let's see what he does here. Cool. I think we got him to waste it, guys. We send the white dragon and we get the other white dragon. Wait, why is the draw not happening? Oh, to your opponent's hand. My bad. It's fine. We'll send this just in case. Okay. And then we do draw. Yep. Yeah, I know how to play under draw, but I wanted to get all this. I think that Arsenal Falcon could have went somewhere else, actually. Do this. And it'll dump this. He hasn't been doing, like, imperm Veilers, so... let's go ahead and dump this. Yep, that's fine. Alright, we'll special summon you. And then this is going to get the Albaz. I don't think I need to get anything else here. We could get this. We could do it, though. I want to make sure this resolves. And... yeah, it's fine. We'll get the guy out. Okay. Ah, crap. I forgot. We don't have Ecclesia. We should dump the Ecclesia. I forgot about draw. We messed up here. We messed up there. Okay. So we need to use our Synchro Ecclesia to... we need to use our Synchro Ecclesia. Alright. We effed up a little bit. Forgot about the draw. Immediately after doing that. That sucks. Yep. We'll just end the turn here. It's back. I just wasted my my other card too, so it's whatever. That's our fault. I think we go for Fallen of Virtuous here. Yeah, we screwed up our line here. So 7 cards in his hand. Let's see how we do. This whole thing falls apart if we don't get Ecclesia, though. And that bullshit is happening. The hell is he making? I thought this was Liger Dancer. As long as no monster on the, as long as no monsters on your field or graveyard share original name with any monsters. As long as no monsters share an original name. Wait, you can see. In their field or graveyard banish it? What the fuck? I think we just do this now, right? What the fuck? What the heck? That's irrelevant, okay. I don't think he... Oh, okay. What the hell is this? Cannot be destroyed by battle as long as I'm on. What the fuck, bro? Like, I don't know what to say about this. Probably should have brought out Dogma to create more space, but whatever. I'm confused about this. Did he mess up? Okay. What is happening? Do I care about any of this? I don't even think I have to activate any effects, and I would just oh, okay. Okay. Wow. Do I die from this? Do I die from this, guys? Wow. I don't think I can stop him. can't negate. Am I just gonna have to put 2 more bodies on the board or something? Like, I think I'm gonna have to, yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to do this real quick. Shoot. Shoot! Darn it. Summon Albaz. Well, I can't summon. I can't. It's not in the graveyard. Okay, well, that's happening. We just got 2 time losses. Alright. I'm prepping for pre-release. I bought the Sacred Beast core for 35. Is that what you're committing to? I haven't heard anyone really talk about the Sacred Beast stuff, though. Alright. I didn't know I was playing against that. I didn't know I was playing against that. Oh well. Well, let's bait. Let's bait. Bait that Imperm Veiler, buddy. No? Alright. If I put the Branded Fusion in my hands, he will most likely... He will most likely not... I mean, he has 2 choices, right? The fuck? We need to do this now. He used it on... Brother, I have Branded Fusion. This is fine. I'm glad we put the Mercurial back in the deck. We need to pop that. Heck of hands, bro. All right. We can't get the bird here, so what did we get here? We can get this, get the yeah, it's fine. I think getting the Quem on the board is important. So we'll do this. And we'll grab this. Okay. That's fine. Okay. So, Ash Blossom, Nibiru, and we got rid of that hand trap as well, basically. Okay, Cartesia in rotation. And I do have this there, so we have access to OG Albaz anyway. We're gonna want to have a discard in our hands for Albaz. Alright, we're good. Nibiru loves you? I mean, dude, this Nibiru didn't do anything. This Nibiru didn't do that much. Didn't do it. That's a lie. It didn't do. It did do something. It just didn't do that much. You can see how I recovered pretty easily here. Do we want to kill that? Yeah, we'll wait for him to discard first. What does he discard? Okay. I will send... I'll put that in the graveyard. Do I want to do that? Yes. Might as well. There we go. I mean, I don't run the Nibiru because of that. I guess I'll save this as an example, but I don't really. I don't like Nibiru. I haven't liked Nibiru in a long time because in a format where Brandon has this much gas, like it doesn't do anything. He sent 3 of his cards to the graveyard to stop me, and he didn't have any way to like continue playing the game afterwards. And I had all this stuff, so. I mean, if you like it, that's fine. If you like Nibiru, sure. Do what you gotta do, you know. So we got special summon Fenrir. If they special summon a monster, we have a way to shotgun High Spirits with Cartesia, take advantage of the Grand Yugioh. Is this you, Bell? Are you serious? Okay. Haven't seen you, Bell, in a while. Use one Nibiru for cross out? I mean, that makes sense. As you can see, Brandon doesn't need to do that. Brandon can just play past it. And the stuff you put in the graveyard is getting it back. So. I'm not saying it's bad that you run that. I'm just saying, like, you can see how twice that didn't even do anything. It's the other Super Poly deck. Is he gonna super poly me? I don't know if he is actually. I don't know if they. If I remember correctly, most Yubel decks didn't run the trap to super poly. But they maybe they did add super poly with all the cool tune going around. Maybe he is running it for that reason, you know. I'll just swing with the Fenrir and get rid of the Nightmare Pain. Although if he makes the fusion, he can change the effect. So there's that. Lord of Yammer. I actually really wanted to play Yubel back when it got buffed. Because I did like Yubel when it first was introduced in Yu-Gi-Oh! When it was garbage. I did like it back then. And I was like, oh, cool, I can play it now. And then I saw what he could do, and I was like, I didn't want to play it like this, though. Yep. Is he gonna make the rank 10 monster? Is he gonna have the ability to do that, guys? Okay, Unchained Solar Rage. He's gonna get a card, right? Oh. Okay, so you can take my monster to link it off. Okay. Cool. Oh, he doesn't. Oh, he brings it back with the trap and then takes it. Nightmare Griffin, that's cool. Target one spell trapped in your graveyard, set it to your field, but it cannot be activated this turn. Really? Fiendsmith now? Like, what the hell? Huh? Special summon monsters cannot activate their effects unless they're linked. Is he trying to special summon his back somehow? OTK deck is go first Y. Is he bringing back Nightmare Griffin? Oh boy. All for Fiendsmith? I guess so. It is a light fiend, so you can use it as materials. Is that what he's doing? No. It's making Desiree. So, what? Negate, negate, negate? Like, what's up? I could swing. I could attack with the Fenrir, force him to use the Desiree. He would still have the Yubel negate though. I would take some damage. I thought he was gonna go into Caesar. Muckraker, huh? Wait. What a loser. Well. So let me get this straight. I can't activate... Special summon monsters on the field cannot activate their effects unless they're linked. I hate people like him. Negate the effects of a number of cards on the field. Let's see here. The best effect is, I mean, obviously Nightmare Griffin has to be the one I have to get rid of. Yeah, annoying. I need access to Albaz though. I guess I'll summon this. I have to. Attack position. Okay. I won't have a card for discard for Albaz Fusion. But I really want to get rid of this. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll get rid of this. Okay. I'll wait. See what he makes. I really want to activate this, but he'll just negate it. Okay. Activate this. Okay. So banish the re-banishing. Yeah. If he removes Coritis, you get Albaz, which is why he didn't do it. Yeah. Sure. Should put it in defense position. Wait, why do I have 3,000? Shouldn't I have only taken like 2,500 the entire match? I kind of want him to negate it now. Yeah. Oh yeah, because of Nightmare Pain, that's right. Wait, why is it negated? Wait, why is it negated? Why is it Okay, so he did that instead. Oh my god. Alright, well, we're out. Yeah. Alright. Oh, that's right. He negated the Quiritis. He didn't negate the High Spirits. That sucks. If he would have negated it last turn, I should have probably did it last turn. But then I would have had nothing. So there's really nothing I could have done. Pretty sure I was stuck with nothing to do. Probably should put back this this guy. Got him. I wanted him to do that. Let's go ahead and I'll send you. That's one hand trap. We just went through one of them already. do... Yeah, we have to get Cartesia here, I think. Yeah. We gotta get Cartesia here. Chain block. Not gonna lie. I've been thinking about trying Stardust Dragon more recently. Ecclesia. Actually, we should have special summoned a spellcaster and we could have gotten this. But we'll do this. All right. This is gonna have to get me the Albaz, so it's gonna be a little bit of a problem here. That's annoying. That's game. That was a little annoying for the Ash Blossom. I'm trying to think. Could I have baited the Ash Blossom in some other way? Maybe if I made Grand Yugioh, he would have maybe had tried it. I could have dangled that on him. I could have dangled the Grand Yugioh trigger. To be honest. Most people shouldn't fall for that though. go. All right, Fallen into Brafu. Let's see what we got. If this is the only thing that resolves, we want to get the Quem on the board. So, and here we go. My God, bro. All right. All right. Damn it. Fell for it. Get jammed. Nice. All right, I guess we can just play the game now. Do I want the res to happen more? I do. So Chain Link 1. Chain Link 2. Lead roll though. Yeah, we can't do that. That's fine. I think we still do this anyway. I should have sent Cartesia though. That would have been nice. We're gonna do this. And Reborn you. And I don't have any options here actually. We'll just do this. That way no matter what we get the Cartesia. We get the Ecclesia, I mean. We did not normal summon this turn, so there we go. And we are done. And I got the wrong... Oh my god, I screwed up with that. Okay, well. Yeah, alright. Let's do it. Yeah. There we go. That kind of sucked. If we set the red one, obviously that would have been a little bit different. It's alright. Ecclesia can get us the Cartesia. Since we have Albaz here, so... Alright, we're doing this now. we go into this. No, I think we just go straight into Mirrorjade. I don't think we bring anything back out with that yet. I don't think we do it yet. Keep it open. He obviously wants me to, for someone, vanquish soul monster from the hand. During the main phase quick effects. Alright, hold. Add one vanquish soul monster from the deck to your hand. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. He has a dark monster on the board. I want to see if I can get Dogma Dragon out. From your deck, huh? I don't know why you would do that, but okay. Right, we gotta get rid of the Jokel, most likely. Or do we go Chaos Star Source? No, we don't have Chaos Star Source anymore. Let's do this. Yep. Move those from the graveyard. I think he made a mistake there, to be honest. With how he activated his effects. He should have tried to find a way to get rid of like he should have had an option for Albaz before committing so much. Or he should have waited for me to use it first. Which I think he was trying to do. He may have been trying to do that, he had no choice. It's quite possible. Okay. That's helpful. Alright, we'll send this time. Oh, come on. Alright. Well. That's, you know, maybe he had nothing. Haven't really been able to to get Silent Magician, unfortunately. Alright. So we can do this, and a fusion monster. This will let me special summon this. What? Okay. Should we even bother? Yes, we should. I think he's playing some type of anti-meta Dear Servant package. So he doesn't have cards in the graveyard. So you won't be able to use... Yeah, I think that's just... We gotta do that. Playing some Dogmatica BS. Alright. Super! Polymerization. Okay. Alright, so we could just normal summon this and see if this would bait any of his hand traps. I think that'll be fine. I think that'll be fine, but then I'll have to put back one of these cards. I'm not really about that right now. Let me activate this. See if I can be drawn to something awesome. Let's go ahead and dump this in the graveyard. Okay. He can negate this. I can dodge with the Fallen and Virtuous, so that will work. I would have... Maybe I should have sent another card. I don't know. Actually, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Imperm? Don't lie to me. What was he trying to set up? Oh, I see what he wants to do. He wants to pop it so I don't get the synchro immediately. That's fine. That is fine. Yeah, let it go. That's fine. All right, so we can go into Albaz anyway. But let's see what he does when I threaten this. I actually can just summon this and just go straight into synchro. I don't need to do any. I don't. Actually, no. We'll do this. We'll do this. We'll summon. I'll put one of the super polys back, and we can go into like. We can get Brafu. We can threaten Brafu, which we probably should go for Brafu. If we can get that second face down the trigger. I am threatening Synchro 8, so, like, what you want? Okay. I feel like I'll just get Brafu. Alright. Alright, so the chances that he has, I think we just swing with this, right? I feel like I want to force the Ash Blossom. If I go into a Synchro and that pops it, then I kind of lose the turn. So let's see if I can get it. Let's see if I can get a Ash Blossom out of his hand first. This might be better for me. He doesn't go for it. Okay. So what do we make here? We can go. We already sent that one. We can go into Lubellion into Mirrorjade, I guess. That would force us to send what? I don't know if I like that actually. We can send this. We can send this for additional push through his nonsense. I think so. Yeah, we'll send that and dump this. There we go. Let's do this. Trying to bait his shit, dude. Like, come on now. Still nothing? Alright, well. I'll activate this now. He's waiting for me to do something ridiculous, I guess, is the thing here. But I don't mind, like, crashing with the Ecclesia here. We'll banish this. Because then now I can get Cartesia. I can still go into Mirrorjade. I'll wait for that. Yep. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and activate this effect. Do you have a response? Oh, wow. So that's what his response was? Oh, I don't care about that, bro. Oh, I'm good. If I activate this, then I can play around it, but I already activated the effects, you see, so... That's fine. Okay. Alright, so I can activate this. Yeah, this seems pretty bad for him. Yeah. I didn't use high spirits, right? So I'll just dump that. I was wondering why he wasn't scooping. Like it was, yeah. That droll hurt him pretty bad, huh? All right, Platinum Tier 1. I really would like to get this Silent Magician now, but it just ain't happening, bro. It's not happening. All right. Let's see it going. Expire Maniac is his name. Okay. probably should go a Luber first, right? Luber's the obvious choice. Let's see if we can get him to Imperm Valor here. He does not. We get Branded High Spirits. Do you have Droll, sir? He does not have Droll. Oh. Alright. Let's activate this. High Spirits. Anything yet, sir? Nothing. Okay. Let's go ahead. I mean, he's clearly waiting for me to dump this. I think this is probably gonna get negated. So do I want to send? Do I want to send Albion the Branded Dragon? Yeah, I'm gonna send Albion the Branded Dragon in case he negates Nadir Servant. So, okay, there, or does that. So, we do this. Activate this. Does he negate? Nothing, okay. And we're just gonna go straight into this. Do we go to this? We can't normal summon, so I think we just... Yeah, but then if I get this, if I add it to my hand, I can't even special summon it, so... So I think we just end our turn here, actually. Yep. Do it effect. Okay. Go and grab this. Let's go ahead and activate this. I'm gonna dump Branded opening this time. Draw a card. Not bad for next turn. Go ahead and activate the Dear Servant. I'm gonna want to probably send... Do we want to give him a third card? I did not think so. I think the 2 is enough. Probably gonna want to send Dogma. Probably want to send Dogma here. And I'll add another one of you there. Alright. So let's go ahead and do this. I don't have a guarantee of well, I do have polymerization. I do have super polymerization. So if I get Mercurier, I will have a discard with the Ecclesia in the graveyard as well. I could probably do that. Yeah, let's do that. It's probably possible there. Let me go ahead and do this. Okay. He's held the Ash Blossom for that. Very interesting. Okay. Then we'll add this to our hand. Alright, let's go. So 5 cards in his hand. I have Polymerization, Fallen, and the Virtuous. He held that Ash Blossom for a long ass time, didn't he, guys? Alright, so I can make Dogma Dragon here. I can make Dogma. I can make Mirrorjade. I think I want to go Mirrorjade though. I think I want Mirrorjade to happen. Wait, he sent that? Fuck. Banish this card from your graveyard. Alright, so this is happening. If I get 2 monsters on the board, I'm going to Dogma and then put that Orcus back into the graveyard. Back into the deck, I mean. Yep. You got it. Probably have to wait for him to go into... He's probably going to go into Dragoon. Okay. This isn't the real deck, to be honest. We see Orcus there, so we know he really wants to bait a bunch of interruptions before he goes into Orcus. Right now, my concern is Resiligo. Okay. Simple solo. Queen has Amina. Alright, so that's the first counter. Okay. That seems pretty good. He finally wanted to go into his Orcus stuff. And now I think, okay. Banish them Orcus things. He will have to probably go into... Yeah, he'll have to do that now. Oh, wait. Yep. He's forced into Dragoon now, which is fine. Okay, let me go ahead and try to pop Actually, I can pop and then... Okay, I still have a pop and then negate, so... I would like to try to... I can make a Mirrorjade off of that. I'm not sure if this is a real threat yet, though, so I'm kind of not trying to mess with it. Okay. Send one card your opponent controls to the graveyard. Okay. That's fine. Yep. Move a material. Okay. God fucking damn it. Impulse 2? Oh my god. Okay. Alright. What the fuck? From your deck? Alright, we gotta stop. We gotta negate the harp horror, I think. Nope. I think that's the correct one. Okay. You can set a trap. Okay. Will this be the counter trap? Okay, Harpour goes back on the deck. He really wants it to resolve. He really wants it available. Oh, he wants to draw. Oh, he's trying to continue extending. Another one? Are you kidding me, dude? Well, he only uses the effect once per turn, so... Is it quick effect? No, it's not. Yeah, he's in trouble. You can tell by the way he's playing these moves. He's having trouble figuring out how to out this this card, but he might have something. He's trying. All right. Did I use Albaz already? Yes, we'll do this now. There we go. That was close. Almost timed out there. Wow. Patient duelist. Patient, patient. Let's see if we have time for one more rank up. Wow. I'm not playing that hand. Well, yeah, I'm not playing that. Okay, well, let me guess. I'm not going first, right? Oh no. He did me dirty, guys. Alright, let's go activate this. Alright. Alright, end turn. Yep. I'm praying he doesn't have like an imperm Baylor before Cartesia resolves, right? Okay. Trigger it now. So we'll get OG Albaz, I'll get Grand Guignol. So I probably should go into the Dragon that devours the Dogma, to be honest. All right. Oh crap! I should have. Oh, he brought the Cartesia back anyway. That wasn't a good idea. So he's gonna have to make a huge board, and one of them's gonna have to be a Dogma Dragon. Put that in the graveyard. So what are you gonna do? Okay, so he's bringing that out so he can make his own Dogma Dragon. Okay. So what, these three? He got branded in red. Does he have branded fusion already in his hand? No, he went to Cartesia synchro, so that's not happening. He left the Lubra on the board. Okay, maximum attack, sure. Okay. So Lubellion, I guess? Okay. So Lubellion into Mirrorjade, basically. So how am I gonna pull this off? This is gonna have to get me... I mean, he probably just goes for Mirrorjade here. Yeah. So shock with no one. Okay. So he wants to fall in a virtuous set. That's fine. Alright. So he gets Quem here. And I probably would return the Albaz and the Grand Yugioh. But I need to get Ecclesia back on the field, so I don't see any way of him stopping that. He's already used the banish effect of Mirrorjade, so I don't have to worry about that happening now. So my goal would be to probably just make the Ecclesia synchro, force him to pop it. Force him to pop it with the Fallen Virtuous he's probably about to set. Oh, okay, Retribution. Okay, so Retribution's gonna suck because... Yeah, Retribution's gonna suck here. Wow, so negate, pop, negate, negate. Yeah, this is not good. We're kind of done here. This card is screwing us up. Depends on what we draw here. I would need like a super poly. If he negates this, yeah, he's gonna negate that. So the card I send to the graveyard with my Fallen Aversus would probably have to be the Mirrorjade, I think. Oh crap, hold on a second, let me do this. I have... Oh, I can activate this, but it doesn't do anything for me. What do I do with this? I can get... I can normal summon it, I guess. Let's go for it. All right. We're gonna send. We could send this to set up OG Albaz in the end phase. Nope. You don't send it. Alright. So we're gonna send Fallen of the White Dragon. Return Dogma, I think. Actually, no. We're gonna send Red Albion. Okay. Alright, so he's definitely gonna negate this. So I need to send you. Okay, negates it. Okay. That's fine. Destroys it. Okay. Then we keep this for a discard. Alright, this first. Okay. Got it off the board. Now, my thing is, I need... If I kill the Mirrorjade, he's gonna pop it. Okay, so... I can go into Red Albion... And then go into Mirrorjade. That's probably better. I have no Ecclesias in the graveyard, though. How do I do this? I'll get 2 monsters at least if I do this. Get this off the board. Banish this. At the very least. Yeah, I think we do that. Okay. Okay. You serious, bro? Now I have to get rid of that shit? Okay. I have to find a way to get rid of everything. Hold on a second. We'll just make this. I don't want him special summoning my my Dogma Dragon. Hmm. Fuck. Yeah, I didn't see the opening. Just gonna take my Mirrorjade. It's probably game over. That was Max C's fault. He won because of Max C. I couldn't make a board because he Max C'd me. I gave him one card off of Max C, and that's what happened. So that probably means in retrospect, 2 is probably not much of a difference. Giving him 2 is probably no different. If it meant I had access to Equation the Dark Dragon. So I never got access to it the whole game because I didn't want him to draw 2 cards off of Maxi, which really sucks. Wait, searches heavy polymerization? Yeah, man. It does. It does do that. You have a crazy tech, but why would you use it in Branded, though? Why would you even bother in Branded to do that? There's no way he has Ash Blossom, right? Am I allowed to have a chance? Okay. Alright, let's see what we got. Baron de Fleur. Okay. To answer your first question, doing all right, man. Doing all right. I could just set this, to be honest. Oh, let's see. Yeah, we'll activate it. Why not? Okay. What is he getting? That's my hand. Alright, main phase 2. Alright, we'll grab this. Put the burb in our hand. Oh, right. Lol. Yeah, no, that's a bait. You can have your one card. That's a bait, bro. Also, I don't have to put it in my hands. So, like, I don't know, like... $3,300. Spell negate, monster negate, special summon negate. Fenrir. Alright. We're looking pretty good. Oh boy. Okay. Oh. You're just gonna go straight into a synchro. Clever girl. Alright. None of the monsters strong enough. What are you gonna do? Yep, see ya. I get 7-win streak with Memento, Fiendsmith, Mitsurugi. Congrats, dude. Nice. Still hard to claim rank. It definitely gets a lot harder for sure. It definitely gets a lot harder. 3 more wins to Diamond? Hey, we're almost at Diamond, man. I'll give it about like 30 more minutes. All right, what we got? So we got Fenrir starter. All right. You need like 4 or 5 to climb the 1 for what, 100 gems? I mean, you're not wrong. I wish I could see what the banished cards are. For real, for real. Do you think he's playing Malice? Out of random curiosity. What does he have? What if he has something there? You know what? We'll just do this anyway. We'll do this anyway. No interruptions? Alright, whatever. Okay. Strikes me as a synchro pile kind of person. Who does? Me? Alright, I want this to res, so we'll chain block that. Although he could have done it with the Fall the White Dragon before, though. Okay. We're gonna get Cartesia in our hand. So let's just dump. Oh wait. Damn. Okay. We have to dump one of these. Yep. Alright. We'll special summon. We have this in our hand, so that's not that's not great, I guess. We'll just special summon this. Not you, the opponent. Did he? I don't even think he did anything yet, to be honest. Let's see. I'm gonna activate this. No, I want to make Mirrorjade though. That's the problem. Oh wait, forgot we can do this. Forgot we had that available. Yep. Okay, so Chain Link 1, get the Albaz out for sure. Chain Link 2, get Cartesia. And I don't think the Quem needs to do anything here, but I'll wait. Oh, we should have gotten the Cartesia out. I wasn't thinking. We should have got the Cartesia from the graveyard. No, it's actually okay. It's okay. We get this out. We dumped it. No. No, we screwed up. We could have went a little bit further. Alright, that's fine. This is fine. Oh, wow. We still could have... anyways, we'll get this back out. Alright, bring this back out. I sent Red Albion, so we're gonna go straight into probably just Mirrorjade off of this. Yeah, I think we just go Mirrorjade off of this, dude. Yeah, I could have gotten a spell negate off of this. Could have gotten a spell negate as well, but I screwed up. I only have one synchro monster. Let's do this. Dang, I screwed the lineup, man. We didn't use high spirits this turn. We screwed up the line, bro. Alright, if we put this in here, then Ecclesia doesn't come back out. So we're just gonna keep that in our hands and get the synchro back. I think that's fair, right? That makes the most sense. Yeah. We could have turned Golden Sword Soul into a negate, a spell negate. Look how many cards we have in our hand too. If we had Silent Magician on the board, we would have been in great position. Even better than this. All right, set. Yeah, I'm not gonna risk it. All right, that's what we got. Still a decent board, to be honest, because we have Albaz in the hand, so we can still... Bruh. Do I even bother, dude? I mean, I can just do it anyway. Okay. What is he popping? So what, bro? Like, oh, he wants me to, I think he has Droplet, guys. I think he has Droplet. It's fine. Really, dude? Really? Oh no, I screwed up! I screwed up. Oh my god, I'm so pissed off. I forgot to put the frickin' that's annoying. Okay. I forgot to put the Cartesia in the graveyard, man. I forgot to do that. That was more important. Oh, that was so dumb. I'm genuinely confused about that match because I'm pretty sure I did the combo like relatively quickly. I know I probably halted a little bit once I realized I could have gotten the spell negate, and that ruined the match because he used 2 spells to like annoy us. So yeah. All right, so I think that's 3 in about almost 3-4 hours. We've probably timed out 3 times. Decisive battle, Golgonda would have protected you. You are like the spokesman for decisive battle, man. I really only have one play here. Let's see. All right, doesn't get stopped. That's great. Maxi. Oh, come on, dude. You get 1 draw. Let's see. Discard for Albaz, a discard for Super Poly. I think we just end our turn here. Oh, I'm gonna need Cartesia to fuse into Grand Guignol anyways. Never fucking mind. Okay. Well, I mean, you're going into stuff anyway, so 100 copies? Is it what I think it is? Is it Golgonda? Yeah. He must be so proud of himself. He used Max C like a good boy. Yeah. Of course you do. Of course you do. No, you don't get to use it. No, you don't get to use it. Probably gonna want to dump. Actually, no, we're gonna dump you just in case we can't get the OG Albaz. Might as well. Yeah, he wouldn't do it to that. That's fine. He's gonna try to push in the back row. I might be boned. Yep. Oh, really? That's cute. That's real cute. That's annoying that he had that. So let me guess, he's gonna go into Doomed Dragon at this point, I think. Put in the graveyard and then go Omega combo. That's so stupid. So Doom Dragon's gonna keep its points. Again, bro, like, he only maxied for one, and I just lost the game off of that, bro. That is so stupid. That is so dumb. That's the second time in a row where someone maxies me, I only give them one draw, and they still kick my ass. So, we're gonna give them two this time. So at least I have something going on. Because that's just ridiculous. Why am I getting max? Like, there's only one max C, right? Like, what the hell? Oh, brother. Can he just ban this card already? Can he just ban Maxi, please? What's he doing? I'll do it again. Maxi here. Because I believe they can special summon in response, so I might as well just do it now. Of course. Okay. Okay. At least his Max C is gone too. Okay. I need a monster that can work with high spirits. That'll do, pig. Why I put in attack position? Don't ask. Swear to God, that's an imperm. Come on! Jim had everything. You bought a box today? Nice. That is so fucking annoying. Okay. Fuck me. I should have put in the attack position. I could have at least stopped that from happening. Alright. So that was a mistake. Yeah, we're out of here. Oh my god, dude. I max C people for... I get max seed, I give them one card, I still get blown out. I get max seed, they always have the answer. You bought a box of what? The new set? Chaos Origins? These gyms are getting mad lucky, dude. It's not even, it's just the power of variance at this point. Could have drawn any monster. I drew, okay. Alright. Hold on to this. Okay. We're not using Max C here. How many cards you running the deck, bro? Oh, we're doing 45 today. 45. I think before it was like 42. Trying out some different non-engine. Wow, scoopage. Wow. 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 Get bent. Cool tune. Wow. He got drolled and he saw I had Maxi next turn. He was like, "Oh, I can't get cool tune synchro. That's cool." Yeah. So the problem with what he did was he wasn't building his board to play around droll because he probably hasn't seen it in a while, so that'll occasionally happen to you. To be fair. 45, I think 45 is the sweet spot, to be honest, in this year. Just enough to have extra gas and still see enough of your cards, right? I believe with 5 extra cards, your percentage of seeing like non-engine, if you're running a 3 of, drops by like 3%. Let me double check that number. I believe that's correct. Okay, so that's 33, and then yeah, it's about 3%. It drops 3%. That's doable, especially if you have a lot of engine. And I think engine that also board breaks really well counts as to me as a board breaker, or at least can work in tandem with your non-engine really well. So wait, when did the new set come out? When did the boxes come out? I know they were available right now. I thought I had a little bit more time. I'm not gonna lie. Let me double check something. Unfortunately, I wish I could get a box myself, but it's just having a rough time right now, so I can't do it. Oh, sneak, gotcha. Yeah. I've had to work all week, so I haven't even been able to make time for anything outside of just work, and then been putting more videos up, trying to get into the groove of that. So probably gonna do replays of this and make it a video as well, like the decent ones, anyways. All right, so what do we got here? Let's go ahead and we got the normal summon this. If he negates this, we're gonna have to use the Virtuous, yeah. We can send this. Okay, so here we go. And we have a discard, and that's a Super Poly. I'm gonna want to keep this card for Super Poly, another card for potential Albaz discard, so yeah. So our Fallen and Virtuous trigger is gonna be sending Rinbrum, if you guys are wondering. Just gonna send Rinbrum to bring back the Albaz, and then we're gonna try to set it up so where we can Super Poly with his board too. He's gonna have to synchro immediately, so there's that. Okay, 2 Earth monsters, not the greatest. Okay. I think we should probably pop the first. He did not special summon, guys. Whatever. He did not normal summon, I mean. Reduces level by 2. That will make it a 4. What is he making? A total 4, right? No. Oh. Fucking junk bullshit. Okay. Should have gotten rid of it. Yeah, we should have stopped Speeder anyways. Let's see what he gets out. Not good. We let that rock too long. Well, potentially. My thing is I really wanted to make sure he... any of these have... Yeah. This is a tuner, that is a tuner, that is a tuner, that is a synchro. I'm probably gonna have to pop the tuner, the non-tuner, just in case the Albaz doesn't get summoned. Oh, a card and effect in response to your synchro monster's effect activation, so it can be a negate too. Okay. They're all okay. That is a synchron monster. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. See if I can get him to bite. Do I take 2 of his monsters here? And then I think I go into this, right? Take it. Have another monster in defense position. Activate. Probably should go into Mirrorjade now. I kind of need that OG Albaz available. So. Alright. So the second he puts a non-tuner on the board, we murder it. Actually, I messed up here because I could have had Albaz on the board for Super Poly, so I've kind of screwed it up there. That's my bad. I kind of messed up there. I totally forgot about that. I should have just banished the Albaz. I'm thinking for next turn, to be fair. The hell is this? Oh, I see. Target 1, level 1 or 7, or okay, in your graveyard. Oh. I guess he does have that. Special summon it in defense position. Alright. That's a tuner, that's a tuner, that's a tuner. I don't care until he puts a non-tuner on the board. There's no way this is cool tune, right? Okay. I will send this, get the Barafu. Get rid of that. That was the tuner, actually. I may have screwed up. Wait, can he make an elf note? Or is he going into, like, Fiendsmith or some shit? He was trying to bait me. He was trying to bait me. Okay. Gotcha. I did technically make a mistake there. That Albaz should have stayed on the board, so I'm not gonna save that one. That could have gone wrong, horribly wrong, if he had just one more push. So, yeah. By the way, guys, if you do enjoy hanging out here and watching me play, please consider subscribing to the channel, hitting the like button. We're trying to get as many likes as possible here, and hopefully, with your support, we can you know, do more things on the channel. So we'd really appreciate it if you could support your boy. I'm gonna set this, and never mind. He just scooped immediately. All I had was just Maxi and Fool loss. Like, I don't run really any hand trust besides that. Well, I would draw. Yeah, that counts. I'll take it, I guess. All right, one more win. We get to pull up a rank, man. We get to pull it up. Okay, so we got Duel. Man, I do not like seeing this Rise Heart. 45 card deck. I've seen Rise Heart pretty often, to be honest. Alright, so he sets. You heard set this and dipped? Lol. Huh, he set Roar. I guess he already has the add a primary card from the deck to your hands. Is this Blue Eyes? It's probably Blue Eyes. We'll just hit him with this real quick. Alright. Okay. White with eyes of blue, guys. That was a good draw, actually. He'll probably end up setting his drill beam very, very soon. Oh wow. Okay, so he has another Blue Eyes available to him from his graveyard. Oh boy. Oh jeez. Wow. Lunar Rabbit what? What the hell is this? Oh. He's gonna Synchro Summon. That's cute. Did not expect that. I did not expect that, guys. Yeah, there goes the Drill Beam. So, how do we do this? Obviously, we get rid of this stuff off the board. Would love to go Quem. He most likely has an answer to it, so we're just gonna set and just Ablanetus for. What is he doing? Oh, he's gonna summon a Blue Eyes. Alright. So now the Drill Beam is not gonna work. But we are gonna special summon this. I mean, the Drill Beam is gonna work, but we're gonna try to bait it with the Cartesia. And there we go. Very good. Yeah, you didn't like that, do you, buddy? All right, so we can go into Albion the Branded Dragon, I think, which actually would special summon the Albaz, which is crazy. All right, so we just go this and this. Okay, we're gonna chain link 1, chain link 2. I want that OG Albaz on the board, so we're gonna block it. All right, we're gonna make Mirrorjade here. I'm gonna banish you, Mirrorjade. I mean, honestly, I get it. It makes sense. I'm just gonna snatch. Yeah, we'll do that. Just gonna get rid of it. All right, let's do it. Stack. There we go. Chilling to stream. I did play a few ranked games with Branded too earlier for gems. Gotcha. I haven't checked and seen how many gems I've pulled today, but look, we're at diamond now. Nice. We got 250 gems for it. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. All right, so. Man, let me go back to the deck real quick. So we only really got to use Silent Magician once. We had at least two opportunities to make it, but we kind of fumbled on it. We just weren't used to playing it. I think that's the reason why. You can see this is the deck list. Running some kaijus as well to fit it. What's the main issue here? I don't know. I feel like I was seeing Rise Heart way too much, which is really crazy. I've been testing Stardust Dragon and Branded. Yeah. If I'm not running the Cartesia package, I would run Stardust Dragon, to be honest. There's a lot of popping right now, a lot of Fallen Virtuous, so that makes sense. Actually, maybe next time we do ranked, we'll give that a shot. I'll have to take out the whole Cartesia package to add a Stardust Dragon here, I think, is what I'm going to do. Either that or drop Dragon Devours a Dogma, which I don't know how I feel about that. Drop it to 1. I don't know. I don't think I like that, to be honest with you guys. All right. But that's the list. It honestly performed relatively well. You know, we had some random hands where we just did not get anything. I think the Drolls won us a few games by itself. It won us quite a few games by itself. Every once in a while, I miss having the triple Fenrir, though. But we never saw Silent Magician too much. I crafted one and got Glossy, hoping for a Royal. I do want another Royal. I would like to get at least one Royal Fav and one Royal Fallen of the White Dragon. It's been rough. So I can just focus on getting those guys out first. What would you rather try to get Royal, guys? Would it be Fallen of the White Dragon? Or would it be the Fallen and the Virtuous? What would you rather try to get to Royal first? Because I've been trying for a minute. Like, what are you guys' opinions on that? Alright, we got maxed out there. Alright, so we got enough for a 10-pack. Let's do it. I think we go here, right? I think we go here. Because we might be able to get a Mirrorjade that is, cards you own. I have 2 of these at least, which I should probably use 2 of them. Tomorrow's my local sneak peek for Chaos. I'll try to get that light and dark. I have all the tech cards for it. Nice, 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 nice. I'm behind on... I just don't have the money right now. I'm behind on getting it. White Dragon for sure. He has more aura and on-field longer. That's true. That's true. Alright, so... Should I pull a pack from Albion the Abyss? Or... Because here's the thing, like... White Dragon's here, but look at all these cards I don't want. You know what I mean? Like... No, I already have one. Maybe one day. No one's playing this. No, 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 yes. Eventually, no, no, no. Yes. Yeah, I think we're just going to go back to the other one. We're going to go back to Albion Abyss. We're going to see if Albion Abyss can get us any of these. Any of these as a Royal. Any of these would be valid. I think Royal Albaz, you have a much better shot at getting a player since you only need... What? Oh, getting a playset, you mean? Yeah. So I'm thinking we pull off of Albion Abyss since the premier rares are in our deck. So if we get a Royal accidentally while we're pulling, then it's like, you know, we kill 2 birds with 1 stone kind of deal. What do you guys think? The second I get a good payday, man, like seriously, I just we gotta figure something out. I really want to get all this done. I've been trying to figure out if I should run Branded Banishment as an additional target, but like, we have enough bricks already, I think. What do you guys think? Go for a 10-pack of Albion Abyss? Or the New Order? So we're going to do a 10-pack. Oh my god, I just saw my friends post comments. Oh my god, they're so funny. Yeah, I think I'll do Albion Abyss, guys. I'll just jam it. Let's go. Maybe I'll get lucky and get like a Royal Mirrorjade. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking, Carrot Patch. Albaz the Ashen. Man, what's the point of this? This card game becomes followed Albaz with the graveyard when low late fusion gets 200 attack for each monster in your graveyard. Wait. Card gains 200 attack for each monster in your graveyard. Your opponent can now target other monsters you control with card effects. It counts as fallen Albaz in the field or graveyard. If a monster you control leaves the field by an opponent's card effect, while this card and a fusion monster are in the graveyard, you can special summon this card. It really sucks that we just don't want to use this card. It is another Albaz, but like, your opponent being unable to target this card, target other monsters you control with card effects seems good, but like overall that card is like, why would you? Man. You just needed like a buff. It just needed to do one other cool thing, and then I would have considered it. Another golden sword soul, hey. I still get Innopolis, bro. Okay. Come on, give me something good. Royal Mirrorjade? Royal Branded Fusion? Anything, please. Okay, Lubellion? Aw, man. It didn't roll up. Why do I keep getting the golden sword soul? What is happening? Why is this happening to me? Okay, hold up. I don't know what that is. Another Lubellion? What the heck? Oh my god. A copy of Bystial Lubellion. Don't. I was gonna say if you were running Branded Synchro, I could see it maybe, but like the old school one sometimes ran it, but no, don't do it. You're gonna want to run other cards over it with higher power level. Maybe after you've put the other cards in there. Another Golden Sword Soul? What the heck? Ha! Oh my god, bro. Do they have any free packs? Doesn't look like it. Bonus pack. Whatever. Probably won't be anything good. Ah, Berserker Soul, that's funny. And of course, we're not going to be able to, I guarantee you we're not going to be able to, what the heck? Master of Ham? That's crazy. This is funny. I wish I got Master of Ham instead. I would prefer Master of Ham over whatever the heck the other thing was, dude. Lubellion Turbo? Oh, there is no such thing. Shut up. Do we just use the rest of our pulls here, or what? Do we just use the rest of our pulls? What's this? Do we get... No, we don't get anything new after this. That fish for Harmonia tech? I'm not trying to do no fish tech, bro. Yeah, that girl kind of nice though. I don't know what's the story on her, man. What's the story on her? All right. I'm just gonna throw it in. Yeah, let's go big or go home. You know what, actually, guys? You know what? Should I? Let me check something, man. How much is it? Nah. We'll just do this. Nah, we ain't doing that, man. You have a full set of Impulse? Full art? Wow. Yeah, I'm a broke boy, man. I'm a broke boy. Okay. That lied to me. It was shiny for sure. It lied to me. It told me something cool was gonna happen, then it didn't happen. Alright. What do you guys think of the Cashtira branded build, by the way? What's your opinion on it after watching it play for a little bit? We'll dismantle this. Actually, let me go here and dismantle selected cards. Yeah. Alright. Also, before I do that, put that in there. Alright. Why am I not running Illusion Gate? When the pack animations clearly lie to you. Yeah, why did they do that? Why even make the animation if nothing out the ordinary even happens? You know what I mean? Like, why would you do that? That's like some grimy, like, casino stuff, you know what I mean? Oh my god. Never had so many Lubellions. Part of me wants to just go crazy and do like put like 4 synchros in my extra deck and just be like, I'm a spam a synchro, just spam synchros. Like I could run Stardust Dragon and I could run Visa's Armor Tara, dude. You know what I mean? It would look something like, it would look like so obviously we would take this out, we would take all this out, right? We would take that. Oops, my bad. We gotta put that back in. No. We would take that out, right? I probably would leave the Santa Claus in there, and then we probably would drop this to 1, and I go Visas, Armatara, and then we probably put the counter trap in there, Manadium Reframing, right? And then the last part would be like Stardust Dragon. Holy crap, I just realized I have a Stardust Dragon. Super shiny. Oh, they must. Oh, yeah, that's right. They probably gave that to me. Yeah. Like, something like this, right? And probably drop this, take this out of the thing, and turn that into a starter. Let me see something here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So I'll probably drop that out and put in another opening or another Aluber, probably. Something like that. What does Visas do? Oh, you synchro into it and you search for Manadium Reframing, and you get another counter trap. While you control a synchro monster, you negate the activation. And if you control Visa Starfrost, basically that synchro monster, you also destroy it. Are there any other easy level 8 synchro engines that potentially work with Branded? You can go, if you have the room and you want to commit to the room, especially if you're running a larger build, you actually can go easy level 8s with the Punk engine. You can go easy level 8s with the Magistus package. It makes a very easy synchro 8. You can actually go double. You can make your first synchro 8 and then from the Magistus package, and then kind of go link up into the branded branded engine from it. You can that's Magistus. You can go Punk. You can go Assault mode. Those are the ones I know about that are probably the easiest ones to do. And the good thing about the Assault mode is that it can work. There is a connector between the two engines, because they both between the Punk engine and the I'll show you. It's better if I just show you. It's better if I just show you, man. All right. Okay, so just for the heck of it, I'm gonna make this a video. So there are people in the chat that want to know about alternate level 8 synchro engines that they can try to put into Branded, try to try things out. So let's get Fall of the White Dragon here. So, and then obviously we have the copy of Ecclesia that we can go into to get into our Ecclesia synchro, for example, and do all that fun stuff. So are there any level 8 synchro engines we could like theoretically go into for like an experimental Branded build that just spams level 8s or has alternate ways of getting to level 8s? Preferably you want to keep the normal summon alone, leave the normal summon alone for a secondary engine, since Fall of the White Dragon doesn't need the normal summon, basically. So let's just talk about it. Okay, so I actually saw a deck use... Well, let's talk about the easy one, right? The Magistus package. Magistus technically only requires, in the extra deck, a Artemis. And you would run 1 copy of Zoroa, the Magistus of Flame. You would run 3 Spenta, or maybe 2. And it's quite straightforward, right? So you essentially, you would discard the Spenta, and you would use it to search for a Magistus monster from the deck to your hand. And you would search for the Zoroa. This is where you would keep the normal summon saved for this. So you would normal summon this, and then you would activate its effect and target itself to equip it with a Magistus monster from your extra deck, right? So you would equip it with the Artemis. When this card gets equipped by a Magistus monster card, that means you can special summon a level 4 spellcaster from your hand or graveyard in defense position, except itself, effects are negated. This is a level 4 spellcaster tuner. You would use its effect and special summon the Magistus Sealer, right? And then you have your level 8 synchro to go into Equation the Dark Dragon. Right? That's one way you can do it. Alternative, I mean, additionally, if you want to, you can add Crowley to the deck as well. So if for some reason you want to use this effect, or you want to use this effect to special summon from the deck a Crowley, this gives you some resilience against hand traps. What do I mean by that? If I discard Spenta and I normal summon Zoroa, people who know about Magistus know that I'm trying to go into Synchro 8. So they'll Imperm Veiler this or they'll Ash it, right? So the way you play around it is now you banish the Spenta from the graveyard and you target a face-up card you control and you equip it with your Artemis, okay? Then you activate the Artemis effect while it's equipped to a monster and add a Magistus monster from the deck to your hand. You would add the Crowley. Crowley acts like a Poplar. You special summon it onto the field. It has an additional effect of Fusion Summon, but you don't need it. You just special summon it for a free level 4 body. And again, now you have the level 4 tuner and a level 4 non-tuner. You go into Synchro 8. So it actually is pretty... it's actually pretty cool to try this out if you want to. It has some hand trap resilience, which is pretty unique about it. And since Fall of the White Dragon doesn't need a normal summon, you have the room to do that. Another package you can try to add in the deck is the Assault Mode package. Right? So it's essentially you run 1 copy of Assault Beast. You run maybe 1 or 2 copies of Psyreflector. You could probably just go with 1. And then you would run 1 copy of Assault Mode Activate. And then to make sure you have another way to search for Psyreflector, probably the best card is going to be Emergency Teleport. Right? Emergency Teleport, which is at 3. Right? So I think that's all you need here. So you either summon this, you normal summon it or special summon it. You add an Assault Mode Activate or a card that mentions it from your deck to your hand. I believe you search for the Assault Beast. Then you discard this card to the graveyard, add an Assault Mode Activate from the deck to your hand. That's the brick. That's the trap, right? Then you reveal the Assault Mode with the effect of the Psyreflector, and then target a monster in your graveyard that mentions Assault Mode, which would be the same Assault Beast. You would special summon it, and then you increase this level by up to 4. So this would be a level 1, and then you would increase this level by 3 to give it to 7. 7 plus 1, this is a Psychic Tuner, gives you Synchro 8. Okay? And since you can use Emergency Teleport, you can just special summon this from the deck. So that's why I'm saying you probably don't even need to run more copies of Psyreflector. So it's more compact, right? It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards for that sub-engine. And then the next one I think people are not looking at is, I believe, the Punk engine also works as well, right? So let's go ahead and look that up. It's been a while since I looked at Punk. All right. So I actually have I have a punk Zeamin in rare, royal rare. Yes. So you probably run like 2 or 3 of these. This also is a psychic monster, so it actually works really well with the assault engine, because they both can take advantage of emergency teleport, which is not a hard once per turn for some reason. So the Noah punk Zeamin, you pay 600 life points, you add a punk monster from the deck to your hand. Let me get the other monsters. I think you would want the Foxy Tune, and you would want the Deer Note, I believe. All right, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head here. So Zeamin, you get Deer Note. Did you get Deer Note? Or do you get the other one? Let me see here. Foxy Tune. I'm sorry. Let me double check and remember this this combo. Chat GPT. I'll have to pull it up again. I was testing it a long time ago. All right. All right. So I can pull it up. Okay. Yeah, so we do search Foxy Tune. Okay. So Zeamin pays 600. You search for the which I don't. I actually have Foxy Tune. Yeah, there we go. We have the Foxy Tune. You activate Foxy Tune's effect, I believe, in the hand. Let me see here. Okay, yeah, you can send this card from your hand or field to the graveyard. Send 1 card from your hand to the graveyard. If you do, special summon a punk monster from the deck except a level 8 monster, right? So you would discard this, and then you would special summon the Deer Note, which is a level 5, and that is a level 5 non-tuner plus a level 3 tuner. And there you go. Make any level 8 synchro. So, yeah. Had to remember that. Okay. So that's... I mean... And because you can search for this Zeamin with the emergency teleport, I probably wouldn't run more than just like 1 copy. You could just run 1 copy. Right? So... That's a lot of, those are 3 ways I think work pretty well to get the level 8 synchro. Like 1 card combos essentially. So in this scenario, like this would be a 1 card combo, this would be a 1 card combo, this would be a 1 card combo. Obviously Ecclesia is, every copy of Spenta is, Fall of the White Dragon obviously is. Emergency teleport is. I believe you can probably do it through other in the reverse too. With the Deer Note and stuff. So you want to look at the punk combos for that. Now here's the problem with this though. Every engine that I just mentioned introduces like 1 or 2 bricks into the deck. So I wouldn't even consider this unless you're running like a 50, 60 card build and you just want straight gas. You know what I mean? Like, if I want to run Psy Reflector, like, if Assault Mode Activate gets destroyed or removed, or I can't get access to it, it's like, okay, the whole thing's dead. Okay. If I get Zeamin, then, preferably you don't want the Foxy Tune and the Deer Note in your hand. So you really want a large deck to drown the bricks, right? Also, the Magistus engine is taking a card spot in my extra deck for Artemis. You know what I mean? So, it's possible. You can make it work. Just know that there's certain cards you're not going to be able to run. And I mean, we can even make a deck right now and see how it goes. Just to fool around, see how it goes, right? Let's just make something up. Let's make something up. So we have that engine there. I'm going to have to actually craft these, which I will do. So let's get our cards in here. Let's see. Branded High Spirits. Okay, Branded High Spirits. Alright, so that's a starter. We'll probably put 1 branded opening, because we have a lot more We have a lot more starters now. Still want to run a Luber. Right, we still want to run a Luber. Or I probably run 2. I think in this case I probably wouldn't even run Cockatourium because I already have a lot of bricks I have to keep track of. But maybe I still will do that. I don't know. Obviously, we still want the Quem. Let's mess around. Let's see what happens. Right? Cartesia. I'll put one of those in there. What else am I missing? Oh, Fallen of Albaz, of course. Might as well do that. One of you. Probably not going to have more than room for one of you. And Mirrorjade. Did we get Fallen Albaz up there? No, we did not. I'll put you in there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Okay. We definitely can make the room for it, I think. I think we can pull it off. Put you in there. Let's see. We gotta make a deer note, bro. Alright. I don't think I need any other cards, so we'll just do that. Okay. And then we gotta make these. Okay, cool. Alright, what are we missing here? Obviously Branded Fusion. Right, we got max out on that. I'll put the Retribution still in there. Let's see. See, we're already at... I barely put the non-engine in there. I'm already almost at 40, so... Super Poly. Can't forget Super Poly. Alright, so we're already at 42. What do we want to do here, guys? How do I want to do this? We're going to need... You know, I'll add that in there. Let's see what happens when I add all those other cards in there. I might not even run the Springens kit, to be honest. I might not even do Springens kit. Actually, no, we'll keep Springens kit in there. Because we're probably going to go 50. Probably going to go 50 with this build. Okay, so we need our non-engine, so obviously our Fool will loss. Obviously Max C, which needs to be banned. It needs to be banned. Okay. And I need to put in a Albion the Branded Dragon, I guess. We can put that in. I mean, the Shrouded Dragon. So we're already at 50, and I didn't run Mercurier. I'm not running Mercurier. I'm not running Cockatourium, I guess. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Now, in terms of starter density, this as an example, and actually I need to still put some cards here. What are we missing here? What are we missing in the extra deck, guys? What are we missing in the extra deck? I got that already. I got that. Lubellion. Okay. I think I have everything except one flex spot here. So, oh, yeah. Borlo Furious Dragon. Now, I don't know if we even run Borlo Furious Dragon here, but we could. Just put Borlo Furious Dragon for the heck of it. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, this is... We're actually able to pull it off pretty well. Now, in this kind of deck, I kind of want to have an extra Synchro monster, because we could potentially just make like 3, maybe even 4 Synchro monsters. That's kind of the crazy part about it. So, yeah. We could turn this into something else. But for now, let's just keep it like this and see what happens. We might mess around with it. Oh, but let's look at starter density. I'm actually going to count it for you guys. So, 1, 2... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 starters at least. 25. Can you actually go Deer Note? If you have Deer Note in your hand, you can reveal one of the punk monster in your hand, especially some of the other one that's likely not going to happen. If this card is sent from the field to your graveyard, you can target one punk monster in your graveyard, special summon it. Okay, so that's probably not going to work. What about Foxy Tune? Send this card from your hand to the graveyard and special summon one punk monster from your deck. Okay, so we should be able to go Foxy Tune, send this card and another card, special summon the Xiamen, right? And then it adds a punk monster from your deck to your hand. Okay, so it would add the Deer Note. I could special summon this, but I have to reveal another punk monster in my hand, so that's likely not to happen. So this route is very unlikely to happen. We really are just going to be using the emergency teleport or the Xiamen in general. Alright, so this is kind of like a situation where these are essentially now bricks that we've added to the deck. But let's just see what happens. Like, going first, we likely will blitz do a lot of hand traps, I think, honestly, I feel like this should be a 60 card deck. But, we have a 50 card deck here with 25 starters, right? So the probability of opening a starter is 97.49%. The probability of opening 2 or more starters is 82. 3 or more is 50%. Right? Obviously, the main issue with any deck like this is not as likely to draw your non-engine. But whatever. Let's just do it. That one guy, hey, what's up? I'm probably more agreeable to Borlo Furious now I think about it. We're not running enough Dark Dragons, I think. I mean, yeah, we'll put Star Source in there. Alright. Alright. Let's do like a few duels, I guess. See what happens. Honestly, with this deck, I kind of want to add a third Synchro. Not gonna lie, I kind of want to add a third Synchro. But let's just mess around with it. Alright. One, two, sorry. So another issue is what you're seeing right now is that we have the assault mode activate, so the assault mode engine is not going to work nearly as well at all, which is why a card like the Springen's Kit's going to be important in a deck like this, where you don't want these bricks in your hand. You got to find a way to put them back in your hand. Now we do have the Xiamen here as a starter to go Synchro 8. We also have the Aluber, so conflicting normal summons is going to be one of the main issues here. Still, because typically you want to get Aluber on the board no matter what, right? Aluber has priority over all of this stuff. Gonna do this. Another issue is that we have so many different conflicting attributes and attributes and types that this does put a little bit of pressure on our high spirits to do what it needs to do. Now we just you know, a droll is droll, so that doesn't count. We don't care about that. I'm trying to go first. Not saving that. The heck. Branded Punk Magicians, I respect you being different. Play Omega or Stardust. We're about to switch to Omega. Not Omega. We're gonna probably run Stardust. Destruction seems to be a more prevalent issue here. So I probably would take out a Dogma Dragon, just run one of, to add that Stardust, and I might even take out the Borlo Furious Dragon and put in like Visa's Armatara. All right, so we're going second here. We do have the Psy Reflector as a normal summon. That's going to work well for us. We do have the Fall of the White Dragon here as well, so we can potentially... unfortunately, we have Assault Mode activate in our freaking hand. Right? You can add a... Okay. So, because this is in our hand, we can't even discard the Assault Beast, which is really, really annoying. So how are we going to get it in the graveyard? Maybe we confuse it with the... maybe we confuse it away? Well, it's Earth, so unless we use Albaz with the Cartesia to make a Rinbrum. I guess that's an option, you know? We're playing against Dracotail too, so they run Secretarion Dragon. It may be more important for us to do something like that anyways. You're running Activate at 1? Yeah, we're running 1 Assault Mode Activate because obviously I'm trying to showcase some of the issues with running an additional engine after a certain point. I think the best one, the safest one, is probably Magistus. Although I do like the fact that Psy Reflector can use, and the Punk engine can use Emergency Teleport. So if we get lucky and get Teleport out, we might be able to pop off here. Brother, okay. Alright. So we're gonna go and bait. There we go, we bait 1 and trap. Alright. Well, that's not good. Alright, cool. We'll activate this. Probably dump this to the graveyard. Okay. So he's gonna make Secretarion here. Which is fine. We just make this. We don't even activate the effect, so... Alright. That's fine. He's gonna bring it out. Cartesia. Activate effects. We're gonna try to go into a Grand Guignol. Alright, we pop the Fallen Virtuous. Okay. Okay. No monster we can special summon. And then we just hope we don't get ashed here, right? Alright. So, I think we just go into... Yeah, after the card to discard. We probably go into Red Albion, into Lubellion, into Mirrorjade, right? Yeah, and he skips here. Okay. So he didn't have a great board, to be honest, though. If he had a better board, we would have probably got annihilated. Speaking of which, speaking of you know, better, I'm gonna go ahead and drop one of these. I'm gonna put a Stardust Dragon. Put a Stardust Dragon, and then I'm gonna try not running Star Source. See if I get punished by this. I'm gonna run Visas. We're gonna see if we can go full straight gas. All right, we'll do 51. See how that goes. We are running so many bricks. That's why I feel like this should be a 60. You know what I mean? I would just run it to 60. But the next 9 cards in the deck would just be a package for Thrust, Grass, and like cards that can take advantage of it. No, I probably would run. I might still run Grass, but I probably would put in like, you know, 3 copies of like just like draw cards, utility cards. You know what I mean? All right, so we have this going on here. We could normal summon this. We can also do this as well. So right now we have conflicting normal summons all over the place. We have a 1-card start that requires that. Yeah, so let's go ahead and hope we don't get drolled, I guess. Right? I mean, that's really all we got. So let's go ahead and activate this. Discard this. Now, he could Ash it. He could totally do that. Alright, add this to my hand. Alright, do you have Droll? Because if you have Droll, we lose. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and do this. I'm bringing this. This is the more resilient of the lines initially. So I'm going to activate this and target it. And he's going to probably try to stop it with like Droll, with like Imperm Veiler, right? I don't care about that. Okay. I'll equip this. Activate his effect. And I'm going to special summon the Spenta. I'm actually also going to do this. I'm going to activate the Artemis. I'm going to target my Crowley and put it in my hand. It will special summon onto the field. We're just going to see how far we can go. We're just going to play through it. Just so you guys can see it, right? So, there we go. And I'm going to go ahead and put this in the graveyard. There we go. Using a Dark Dragon. We've already used our normal summon, unfortunately. Okay. So, let's see here. He does have something he can do. So, unfortunately, we have no follow-up here. But he's going to do it again. I don't care about that. Yep. Alright. So, we're going to go into this. Let's see how far we can take this. I'll bring it out. Alright, Synchro Summon. We'll go ahead into the 3 Brave Sword Souls. We've already used our normal summon, unfortunately, so we can't even get access to the Quem right now. But we'll go into this. I think I'll leave the Albaz on the board here. Activate the effect. And add a card to my hand. I think here, if we wish we could just get the Quem on the board. Okay. Probably want to... I think I'll just get the Cartesia here. There we go. Alright. And we can synchro into Stardust Dragon if we want to. I'm going to activate this. And I think we can go... I think we can use the cards in my hand, actually. So we'll use the Cartesia and the... Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll make this. In the graveyard. We're gonna want to dump. I think we're gonna want to dump Albion the Branded Dragon here. Yep. Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and... Now, I would have liked to go into Visa's Armatara here, but I think we are unfortunately going to have to do it like this. Make Stardust Dragon here. So yeah. Yes, we just burned through half his deck, dude. We just burnt through half his deck. Target one phase of magic control. It doesn't matter. Alright. And I think that's it. Very cool. Alright, there we go. So how the hell is this gonna work? Let's find out. Pretty sure we're gonna lose here, right? We just got double Foolwood, right? Oh, you're greedy, dude. That's a greedy man. Oh, we're playing against this. Okay. So we're gonna have to hold this Stardust Dragon as a check against the Fallen and the Virtuous, okay? Cartesia. Did he put Albaz in the graveyard? He did not. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. We're gonna get Fallen of the White Dragon, I believe. Actually, we're gonna get Quem here. Okay. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff there. We gotta make sure we pop that monster though. That Albaz, because he's going to try to contact fuse. Okay. So... Okay, special summon fallen Albaz or monster that mentions him from the graveyard. Probably not going to do that yet. We're going to do this. There's no way we win this, right? I'm just saying. Yep. Super poly. Had to cheat. Had to cheat. It's okay if he gets rid of Quaritis, which he probably won't. Okay. So it goes into Dogma Dragon. That's fine. Okay. Do we have Ecclesia in the graveyard? Whatever. We'll just activate it. Can't activate it. Okay. There we go. We'll pop you. And... activate this. Damn. That sucks. Oh. That's what we get for playing into Mercurier, I guess. Yeah, you guys, you can see that's what we... How many cards you plan on drawing? The answer is yes. Basically, yeah. And we lose. Only thing is if, like... Okay, so we got rid of that. That means I get OG Albaz, right? Yeah, so if we had more time... I would probably negate... Like, I don't know. Negate the Cartesia, I guess, for now. Just get something on the board. I get Albaz. I take his monsters and I make a dragon that devours the dogma as well, or I go into I try to set up, if possible, I think I might be able to do this. Try to set up a, well, he had 3 cards in his hand still, right? I'd probably set up a dogma as well and just take the rest of the damage. So I actually would have survived that if we just had like 60 seconds. More seconds there. So it wasn't actually that bad, all things considered. Yep, that was a lot of gas. Too much gas, I would say. One might say it's too much gas. Alright, so what we're going to do is, as you can see in that game, we had way too many normal summons without any way of, you know, filtering our hand or resculpting it. So I prefer a deck like this. If you're gonna try this, you have to go 60 to try to drown those out, man. So I'm thinking like let's go with, and this is actually kind of hard to do because you would think, okay, let's run pot of one of the pots, right? Like I can't run pot of desires. There's too many one-ups in the deck. I mean, I could still do it actually, but obviously I'm basically walk into the trap of, oh, now I'm gonna, you know, run into the issue of some of my deck not working. Let's run a thrust package. I'll run 2, I guess, and then 1 grass. One talent. This is just raw gas, bro. And then the last 2 spots, I probably want those to be cards that can, like, at least make this grass ridiculous. So, like, I'm gonna put in Fairy Tale Snow. Let's try that. I spelled it wrong, didn't I? Yeah, as you can see, just hopefully this kind of drowns out the bricks a little bit more. But yeah, this is kind of like the issue with trying to run it. Now, would I say, oh, you should be trying to run all 3 engines at once? No, I really wouldn't say. I think with Branded, you'll really have room for like 1 more supplementary engine. You know what I mean? Yeah, because the problem with like the engines I think of that can like bridge into Branded, or at least you mentioned just decks that can make level 8 synchros really easily, right? They all require the normal summon at some point, which conflicts with a Luber. So that's like the main problem with it. So you would probably not run, like, for example, I probably would drop the entirety of I would probably drop the whole Psychic package, and worst case scenario, try out just the Magista stuff, right? As my engine. The only problem with that is, oh look, I have 1 less extra deck spot, so it's kind of like weird. It's kind of weird, dude, to run it like this. It's fun to try and mess around with, though. I will tell you that much. It is fun. If you saw, like, that was fun, like trying to break through that board or trying to survive. So, like, to be fair, that is the truth. Let me just I mean, I could put in Tier Laments. I could put in Tier Laments if I want to. Right? This is another special summon from the hand and lets me dump materials, right, to do stuff with. I could probably maybe do that. Yeah, man. Or I just turn this into another, like, card for, like, drawing cards. You know what I mean? It's probably what I would most likely attempt to do. Or I probably would take this out, actually, and just double up on a Branded opening, so I can see it a little bit more often. That's probably better. Right? Let's get this one more game. Let's get this one more game. See what we can pull off. But yeah, like... you don't really see a lot of decks do this. You don't really see a lot of decks for Branded, like, even use the Magista stuff, which honestly is probably the least annoying of all those packages to try. But like, we have so many good stuff already in our deck that we don't need to do it, right? Even for me, I'm trying Kashtira stuff, and it's like, I don't really need the Kashtira stuff in certain formats. But the only reason I'm considering it now is because of the I believe I need more board breaking options, right? If you're Ash this, you're an idiot. Okay, there he goes. So, that was a great bait, I think. Master Duel being designed to only let newer decks succeed. That's crazy, man. So, let's see what happens here. So, I already saw a bunch of my engine go away. And then he scoops. What the heck? I didn't even... What did I mill? What did I mill? Was it even scary at all? Oh, I mean, I had a card in my hand I could do something with, I guess. Yeah, I could normal summon. He already Ash Blossom, so I was going to get Fall of the White Dragon, I suppose. At the very least. The only issue is I would have used my normal summon with the Ecclesia in my hand, so the safe option would be just to summon the Ecclesia, banish the Spenta, equip my Ecclesia with the Synchro monster in my with the Artemis, and get the other card, what's the guy's name? Get Crowley on the field and then Synchro 8 that way instead of tributing, falling of the white dragon, and then, you know, them imperming it, and now I don't have like a Synchro 8 play, you know. I'll do one more for the heck of it because that was stupid. You even want to try. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend this. Unless you're just kind of like having fun, fooling around. You could still technically do a 60 card branded with the Magistus package. If you want to. You still can do that. The rest of the cards will have to be something else though. I think there's too much... The problem isn't the engines, how effective they are, it's just the requirements, right? They all require the normal summon. They all require like at least one brick, right? Which, I mean, I guess that's just how it works, right? All right, so we have a Zoroa here. We have a Zeamin. Now against Imperm Veiler, I'm always gonna go with the this package, to be honest. So, because the Imperm Veiler me here, I'm gonna be okay. Well, I'm gonna be a little bit more okay. Never mind. I miscalculated. I thought I would be able to do something with that. Yeah, my bad. I forgot I have to Spenta first. Whoops, let's try that again. We'll quit. Yeah. I have to Spenta first for that to work. Whoopsie. I love baiting Ash. Yeah, I mean, that was a terrible... I mean, well, actually, that wasn't terrible. Like, High Spirits is a great Ash target. High Spirits is great to Ash, so... Alright, we're gonna try it again. So, in that scenario, I think I would have... should have went Cartesia. Should have went Cartesia just because, like, nothing else in my hand could follow up. Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go. So, I'm gonna special summon you, which they'll definitely negate. I kind of want them to do this first, to be honest. I kind of want them to do that first, but I might need to normal summon this Fuwalas, so let's go ahead and just activate this. We'll send Albion to the graveyard. Special summon. Activate effect. I still have my normal summon, so if they stop this for some reason, I can pivot. So this is just the one card in general combo thing here. Alright. Synchro Shokan, right? There we go. So if they nib us, like we have follow-up. But as you can see, like, it's just the branded engine. It's not even the other cards. Right? It's just the other cards. So we'll special summon that, and then the other card will get the Albaz will come out. Okay. Send this to the graveyard. Sword and Soul's gonna special summon you. We're gonna make the champions. Alright. Alright. Okay. So I'm gonna activate this to make sure I get it. Actually, no, we're gonna special summon a light tuner here. Or a light monster. Honestly, we'll just grab this one. And we'll get Cartesia here. We might be allowed to cook here, guys. We might be allowed to cook. Alright. So we didn't use our normal summon, by the way. So we actually can get Spenta here. We actually could get Spenta here, which is absolutely insane. But we also can get Cartesia. We kind of want Cartesia anyway, but we also have Kit that can get High Spirits into Cartesia, so we're gonna get this. All right, special summon. About to say, man, what the hell was that? Oh no! That sucks. Okay. He did us dirty, man. He actually did us dirty. Alright, well. We just got drolled. That's not cool. Alright, we'll have to pivot. So, I'm going to... What do we set here that matters? I don't know yet. We'll wait. Alright, so we can't discard this. We can still normal summon, though, but we're going to special summon this. I can't think of any specific summons. I mean, normal or spells or traps I've added to the deck that I want to get out. So, we'll just do this. Oh, yeah, we were supposed to do this. Anyways. Alright. We can't get Visa's arm. We can't do this, so we'll just synchro summon with these guys. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. Do we just thrust into whatever? Like, I feel like thrusting is kind of whack. Since he has no monsters on the field, there's no point in doing that, right? I will just set. Alright. And I'll end here. Alright. Actually, it's not that bad. Add this to our hands. Bring that back. Alright. We're not able to get Cartesia, so that droll really screwed us up. Because we would have really loved to get Cartesia, you know what I mean? We would have really loved that. Yeah, we're good, we're good. So we're gonna have to use the Ecclesia of the Dark Dragon to get Cartesia, which is fine. If he gets Branded Fusion here, I'm gonna have to pop his monster, and so that the counter trap can stop it. And that'll let me get Albaz and Ecclesia on the board. Nice spirits, okay. He might have Branded Fusion already. Thank God he doesn't. Okay. He's gonna put a fusion in the graveyard. That's gonna trigger my Quem. Okay. Okay. All right, there we go. Okay. And there we go. So we're gonna have to make the dragon that devours the dog. I'm gonna get those fusions out of his graveyard. And the Stardust Dragon is pinning down the Fallen and Virtuous, which is neat. Okay. I'm gonna make him... I still have the Ecclesia here, that's the thing. So I'm not sure why he did that. Okay. What is happening? Hello? Are you there? I'm assuming you're gonna negate the Cartesia. But looks like he disconnected. Connection failed. Okay, so basically he would negate the Cartesia most likely, and then I would have Albazed his board with the Ecclesia and make Dogma Dragon remove his fusion from the graveyard. But and then if he had fallen to Virtuous, we had the Stardust Dragon for that, right? If I was a smart person and I wasn't being greedy, I would have gotten Cartesia instead of the Spenta. So it is what it is. When I play silly versions of Branded like this, I get a lot more silly, though, to be fair. But yeah, this is a deck. I would not recommend this deck. I would probably take out the Assault Mode stuff, to be honest with you guys. I'd probably take out all the Assault Mode stuff. If I was going to try any secondary engine, I really do like the Spenta stuff. Just note that you are conflicting with your normal summons by adding this. It's not as bad though. Because at least if you're worried about Imperm Valor and you need to get the Ecclesia Synchro out, you can at least start off with Spenta into Zoroa, and you pretty much ignore that, right? You can ignore that. Then they'll probably Imperm or Valor the Ecclesia and Dark Dragon, which is a waste. And those are like the situations where you don't have really any follow-up. But like I said before, Branded's so compact and efficient now that you're rarely ever going to see a build like this unless someone's just having a good time. So yeah, Stardust is pretty cool tech to have, actually. I honestly really enjoyed it. I actually wouldn't mind telling people to run it. I would not mind telling people to try it. And I have done so in the past. Right? I have done so in the past. So if I was to do like a regular Branded build, I would just double up on this, obviously. And then, we actually still have room for like the Boro load. Right? So it would look kind of like this. You can actually... even with just the regular Branded stuff, you actually don't even need the Spenta stuff most of the time, right? I'm already at almost 40, and we still have a little bit more room for like some non-engine, and we are running like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 starters already, which is about your average amount for a 40 card deck. And we, in this deck by itself, without any extra weird stuff, can get us all 3 synchros under the right conditions. So we don't even really need to do it. So yeah, man. So yeah, that's pretty much my spiel. And we even have room for like wacky stuff like Fairy Tale Snow. So definitely my main recommendation, if you still want to try it, go the Magistus route. That's probably the most stable. Yep, well, that's all I gotta say. That was a long video for just silly nonsense. If you do like this type of content where we just mess around and have a good time, make sure you subscribe to the channel, please, and take care of yourself. And until the next time where we have another conversation about Branded. Okay, so let's read some questions from the chat. I've got a I've been running Cyframe Omega, but I think I prefer the Stardust logic. Yeah, you just pin down like the destructions, you know, destruction stuff. Hi, do you have recommendations to learn the new branded? It's really, I think if you take a screenshot of what I have here, let me give you a screenshot of like what you're gonna see as a baseline. Right? So this is 33 cards. For the most part, your 33 cards are locked in currently with the Golden Sword Soul. You don't have to run Stardust Dragon. This is pretty much your deck before you start to be creative, okay? So you can screenshot this right now and then take a look at it later and then see what you want to mess with, okay? So this gives us about 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, yeah, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This gives us about 15 starters, I think, which is not enough for me. But this is good for most people who are very control tempo based, very control based specifically, like full straight control. I like to go about 17 on my 40. But this is pretty much what your deck's going to look like 99% of the time for every branded build if you want to get started on a new branded list. You could drop this to 1 if you have some more diverse options you want to try, but for any beginner trying to pick up branded for the first time, I think you stick with this. You could actually, I would actually recommend running a second opening, just so you have a little bit more opportunities to get the Aluber out. Most people run the 1, especially if they're able to fit a secondary engine here. Like for me, I run Kashtira engine, so I'm able to like take 5 spots, put in extra starters, and like 1 additional brick, and then the rest of this is like whatever, right? So let me, for example, you don't have to play like this. Like I have room to play with Kashtira stuff, you know, and then I still have room to put like a little bit more non-engine, you know. Like I was playing Santa Claus earlier. Like if I want to do that, that's my 40. Typically you won't see that though. You'll probably see like you'll probably see more like anti-maxi, anti-mold charmy tech. So called by, I can't spell. Then they might run many decks. Actually, I wouldn't mind running a crossout designator, because a lot of people are running the Fallen the Virtuous. So you're not only hitting Max C and full loss, you're hitting, they try to Fallen Virtuous you. You have a way to stop that, right? And then typically no one's upset if you run a Bystial. Actually, that's one of the best options from a non-engine standpoint to run. And then you see I have 4 spots left to play with. I probably will add Droll. Very powerful hand trap right now. Some of the other hand traps are not that great in branded right now, although they're okay. So you could run Ash Blossom for the last 2 or 3 spots. I prefer to go on the more board breaker route, so I'm probably gonna add like Santa Claus, or I could go 42 to be honest. So that's my opinion. But yeah, as you can see, like most branded decks, like the first 33 cards are basically exactly the same. And by the way, I'm not even running Mercurier. Some people are saying they don't run Mercurier anymore, which I don't agree with. You know what I mean? Some people run tech like Cockatourium. But that's something that's optional, you know? That's something that's optional. You don't have to do that. Why do you like the Dear Servant? I was testing it, but I think it's not perfect. I think I prefer not using the Deer. It's an alternate route to your preferred end board with branded. You typically would play this after you've exhausted your other options. A typical branded board at the base level wants to get a copy of Quem on the board, a copy of Cartesia on the board, and some type of way to access Fallen of Albaz, while also putting 1 to 2 copies of fusion of your fusion monsters in the graveyard to trigger effects during the end phase. If you don't get anything else, if you can at least get that kind of board, you've essentially got what the core of the branded system is. So when I play in the Deer Serpent, I'm stumping a fusion, 2 fusions in the graveyard at least, at that point, which already fulfills 1 condition. Because I'm going to send Albion, most likely, and or Quem, or maybe even, actually in that combo with the Deer Serpent, you would send, you would try to get Titaniclad and the Dragon that Devours the Dogma in the graveyard. So you fulfill the conditions of getting multiple fusions in the graveyard. That's 1. You use the Deer Serpent to get Fallen of the White Dragon, so now you have access to Albaz. That's 2. You special summon Fallen of the White Dragon. You get Ecclesia. Ecclesia gives you access to Fallen of Albaz. That's another condition met. Now, during the end phase, you get Titaniclad. You special summon Quem. The next condition is met. The only thing you haven't done yet is gotten access to the Cartesia. So because we sent the Dragon that Devours the Dogma, the tech is you get the Fallen and Virtuous, and you pop your Fallen of the White Dragon, or you pop your Ecclesia, but mostly you pop the Fallen of the White Dragon. Actually, no, you pop the Ecclesia, because you can get that back later. And send another fusion to the graveyard, typically the Albion the Branded Dragon. Because the Quem saw a monster leave the extra deck, now your Quem is going to resurrect the Cartesia that you sent to the graveyard using its effect when you've previously summoned it. So now all the conditions are met for what the core branded production line is, and you've only activated 1 card. The misconception for a lot of newer players is in order to get to where you want branded to be, you have to fusion summon, and that's not really the case, because you're going to be doing a lot of that on your opponent's turn anyway. Ever consider ultra polymerization? Yes. It's just not really the room for it. I think we're missing a key fusion monster to really make it explode. It can work. It does work. The best case scenario will be to activate ultra polymerization. You're talking about super duper polymerization, right? The best case scenario would be, and I think people are waiting for this, a meta where people are constantly summoning monsters, key monsters, and boss monsters that super polymerization can say, oh, look at that. Let me use this, pay 2,000 life, special summon a monster from my extra deck, and then fuse with that monster to make something really stupid on my side of the field. Right now, most of the time you're going to be, if you use it, you're going to be like getting an Albaz out, and making a Mirrorjade or a Borlo Furious Dragon. And that's okay. But for 2,000 life points, I'd rather be taking my opponent's monsters, and sometimes you're not going to be able to do that unless it's like the mirror match. It's not versatile and widespread enough in terms of like the net it can cast. I'd rather it be like another form of non-engine. Not super duper, but ultra poly. So there's actually... So I thought you were talking about super duper poly, my bad. She's talking about this one. Pay 2,000 life points, fusion summon a fusion monster for your extra deck using 2 monsters you control as fusion materials. Neither player can activate cards in response to it. So it's basically like polymerization. Just you have to use monsters in you on the field you control. You can't use the cards in your hand, so it's a little bit more limiting. But your neither player can activate cards or in response to it. I guess the key is that it's like super polymerization, except not super polymerization. Like you can banish this card from your graveyard, target 1 fusion monster that was fusion summoned with this card's effect. Special summon all fusion materials listed for its fusion summoned from the graveyard, but change their attack to 0 and have their effects negated. How you have room for this? That's the first question. How are you making room for this? If you look at my deck, straight 40. This is probably what the vast majority of your 40 card branded lists are looking like right now. Tell me the card you're taking out to fix that. Now keep in mind, I'm running Cockatourium right now, so that's, you would think, okay, maybe that's the answer. Take that out, put super duper poly in there, or ultra poly. But let's check how many starters I'm running in the deck right now as a 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So I'm running 16 starters. I'm running 16 starters in this deck right now. So let's pull this up. I'm running 16 starters in this deck. So I have a 93. I'm currently at a 93.5% chance of opening one of those starters, but for double, which is important because you want to be able to fight through hand traps, it's 67%. The average 40 card deck list has that percentage. Sometimes it's like 60, 64, or 63. If they're like really interested in being very very defensive and control-y or tempo-like, right? So 16 is pretty much the average. You go lower than that, you're going to have a lot more hands where you don't even get anything started, right? More often, right? And which is still playable. Like 15 is still playable, technically, right? But once you go past this, it's like, what the heck? Now you're talking about 40, 50%. I mean, almost 50. You're getting to like 50% of the time you're not going to be able to play the game. I'm not really about it, but you can still do it. So you could probably fit one, but like, this is a kind of card that doesn't start your engine, and it isn't going to help. It's not going to stop your opponent from playing the game on turn 0. So you really don't want to see this card at all until after setup, right? You want to be able to know you have the setup available and then play it. Without that, this card is kind of dead. That's the problem with it. So like, the best case scenario is like, I have my board, I do my great turn 1, my opponent tries to break my board, I send Albaz end phase, I'm getting all my resources back, and then I'm adding this on top of it. 2 questions. At that point, you're already winning the game. You don't even need ultra polymerization to help you. Second of all, why am I using Albaz to get this when I could just get Branded Fusion? It's is a million times better and more threatening. You know what I mean? So you have to ask questions like that, you know, objectively speaking. And if you're able to answer those questions in the right way, not for the purpose of just forcing it in the deck, but have legitimate arguments for it and it works, then you can go ahead and do it. Maybe you'll be the guy that figures it out. But just be aware, there's a reason why a lot of the top players don't run ultra polymerization, okay? It's not just because someone told them to do it, right? Because those guys are spending the time and the hours upon hours upon hours of testing this because they have a vested interest in spending those hundreds of hours to win national events. And we don't. Right? Yeah, it's purely a ceiling raiser, but it does nothing alone. Right. So here's the thing, like, if that card raised the ceiling of the... And it actually doesn't even really raise the ceiling of the deck, to be honest with you. That's probably a bad way of saying it. A ceiling raiser is a card like the 3 Champions of Sword Soul, where it actually increases the strength of your end board while still doing your normal average lines, right? So if, let's say, if Ultra Polymerization was accessible in my Fallen of the White Dragon line, I was able to grab it or tutor for it during my line and then play it to make another big monster that another boss monster or increase my end board while still having the Quem, the Cartesia, the Ecclesia Synchro, the Mirrorjade. Then you will call that a ceiling, right? That feels like more of like a trick. This feels like more like a fancy trick that you have to go out of your way to search for, that doesn't do anything by itself. And you already have a bunch of cards in the deck that do that, that are like, they need something else along with it to really pop off. So at a certain point, you have to ask yourself, how many of these cards that require something else to really do something am I allowed to put in this deck before I start having issues with my opening hands? Right? If that's the case, then you have to reconsider it. You still test it though. You still test it so you can prove it to yourself. But that's the questions you need to ask, right? And if you're wrong, you're wrong. But yeah, this is literally like the most milk toast 40 card branded deck list, to be honest. This is the most milk toast 40 card branded deck list. This is if anyone in the chat is like, oh, I want to learn branded for the first time, I'm coming back, don't know exactly what I'm doing, This is literally the list to practice with. This is literally the list. You could probably, if you don't like Droll, honestly, I would probably keep the Droll. I would probably keep the Droll, to be honest. It's too good right now. Castiera Engine gets a rank 7 Arsenal Falcon, adds Cockatourium. Special summons it, actually. Then Cockatourium banishes Mercury to get Albaz. Yeah, see, that, oh, yeah. Asking, I really want to hear how the Castiera Engine helps. Yeah. It just gives you, okay, so the reason why you consider the Castiera Engine is not just because it gets Mercurier, okay? When you're deck building, you have to ask, when I add something into the deck, what am I taking away to make that possible? So, if I add non-engine to a deck, typically, that means I'm taking away either bricks or I'm taking away engine to make it work. Or extenders to fit it, right? The reason why I like Castiera in a 45-card branded deck list is because it gives me, with the Arsenal Falcon and Cockatourium, along with Mercurier, that's the caveat. So, if you're already running that, this is why it's good. You get access to another set of essentially starters. You get at least 4 additional starters that also function as board breakers. So dual purpose cards are really powerful in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because of the limitations on space. So if I have a good card that is a great starter and an extender, that's a good card. If I have a great card that is a starter and a board breaker, that is a great card. If I have a card that's only a starter, it better be a damn good card to justify running it. Do you see what I'm saying? So when I'm going first, if I'm going first and I get the Pressure Planet Wraiths off, or I get the Fenrir, I can go Fenrir, get Rise Heart, normal summon Rise Heart. You don't activate its effect. Activate its effect to make it level 7, then you go Arsenal. Arsenal Falcon. Activate its effect, special summon from the deck Cockatourium, and now you have access to Tri-Brigade Mercurier. And because you're doing this first, you're not in trouble with any of the limitations of Fallen of the White Dragon. You always, if you have access to the Castiera Engine, you always do that first. Because if they activate, it's a really big threat too, while you're doing this. Because if they activate monster effects, and they have cards on the field, then they might lose a card. But this, and the normal summon from the Rise Heart doesn't matter as much, because my Fallen of the White Dragon's a special summon. So that's why. That's why I like testing it. I like playing with it. Right? So my deck would be like this. So the deck is a 45 card deck, but I've added 4 starters, but I've also technically added 4 breakers. Because Fenrir's a breaker, Pressured Planet gets me the breaker. You just run Fenrir, Planet, and Theosis? No, you don't run Theosis, you run Rise Heart. Theosis locks you into Exceeds, I believe. Don't do that. So this is why I like running it like this, to be honest. I was testing it with with Kaijus earlier. It was kind of whack, to be honest. That's probably gonna get cited in my TCG list. This is probably better, right? Unless I want to drop a Dragon Devours a Dogma, maybe, and run Stardust Dragon. That might be the only other thing I might try to do. We can try that. Typically, you want double Dogma, though. Dogma is so good. You typically want double Dogma, but you can. But like I've seen people be very successful with just the one, so that's totally fair. Right, I was confused about that because I saw you add it to your deck when you talked about it. Oh, yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, let's look at Theosis, right? Where's it at? Like, after this turn, you can't special summon from the extra deck except cast Xyz monsters. Yeah, that's not good, man. Ended up making the whole deck all over again, dude. Change accessories. I'll just grab this. Actually, what is this? Oh, it's fine. I don't remember what this is for. Oh, this is for Albaz. That's right. That's right. Bystial Lubellion. Gotcha. I like that one. We'll do that one. Always Albaz. That's never gonna change. I need to get the. I should get the coin for this. I don't know. I don't know if I should get the coin. Also, one last question about Strata Dragon. Go ahead. I'm listening. What's good? Oh my god. These Doritos are so good. I really like the Dorito dust. I really like the cheese dust on it. I kind of want to put it on my I kind of want to put it on my platinos. My platinos, my fried plantain chips. Let me read this. Albion the Branded Dragon. A lot of people are cutting it. I've stopped using it as well. Basically, it's about its values. So you're saying Albion the Branded Dragon's value has dropped? That's actually not true. That's actually not true at all. Its value has not dropped. If you look at the TCG, almost every single top branded list runs one copy at least of Albion the Branded Dragon. Every single one. It's one of the best. It's one of the best utility pieces in the engine. In the previous format before Kotton came out, some people did take it out. That is true. But it's become a little bit more important because of Kotton, first of all, and because Branded is leaning more towards board breakers. So you want to be able to have some way of drawing an extra card into a breaker or engine. Especially when Kotton can use its effects to essentially see what's in your hand, and control the top card of your deck, so they can perfectly sequence against your plays. When you introduce any type of drawing mechanic at all, it puts a dent into those plans because now they have to deal with unknowns, and the second they have to deal with unknowns, the strategy starts falling apart. So that's why you run Albion the Branded Dragon. Because not only does it draw you a card, it gives you setup through your graveyard. I've seen people use Doritos, crush it, and use it as breading or crust for fried chicken. Jesus Christ. That sounds like too much. I mix my plantain chips with Doritos. It's amazing. Like a little bit of the dust gets on the chips. On the plantain chips is really good. So I think you're wrong about. I think you're wrong about the. Someone must have told you. Either someone gave you faulty information about Albion the Branded Dragon's value, or you're basing your opinion off of what a few months ago. I do remember some people not running it. Like back then, but not so much now. It's pretty much almost everybody's universally doing it. You kind of have to now. Speaking about things I have to do, I'm gonna have to stop snacking. I'm about to actually eat food soon. Alright, let's do this. So Fenrir first. Normal summon. Right. I do have the Fallen and Virtuous in my hand, so dump this. Probably should have put the Arsenal Falcon in the extra monster zone. Just in case we get some nonsense happening to us. You want to send Albaz here. You really want, because I'm gonna be sending the kit, the new kit, to the graveyard soon. We'll res it back. We'll res this. Alright, so we'll dump this. So we're gonna get all those monsters back on the board. I'm probably gonna try to get rid of the Arsenal Falcon somehow. Bring it to Cartesia. And I'm purposely chain blocking, by the way. I'm getting the Fallen the White Dragon here. Chain blocking the Quem to get the reses. Because I have high spirits. So if they stop this, I can get Cartesia to that method. Alright. Did we go red Albion here? We did not send... Yeah, we just do this. Actually, I think for here, I think we do Mirrorjade, right? No. We do red Albion. Yeah, that's correct. And we'll make Mirrorjade here. So I'll make Mirrorjade. I'm gonna banish the Arsenal Falcon. Alright. Actually, hold on a second. Okay. Why can I special summon that? Wait, where's my Dogmatica monster? Did I not put the Dogmatica monster in the deck? Oh, okay. Alright, so that's a fumble. That's a little bit of a fumble. At least we have the Fallen of Virtuous in on the field, though. Probably should have set the High Spirits. That's okay. Put that back in the graveyard. I'll grab this. Whatever. Yeah, I think I didn't put the Eclage, the Dogmatica in there. Yeah, I think I messed. I think I forgot to put it in there. Probably. I'm gonna want to get an Albaz on the board or in my hand. Really? Really? Wow. Wow. All right. Playing against time in that is always the issue, though. Let me check the deck. Yeah, Dogmatica wasn't in there. I screwed up. But yeah, man, where's it at? Where's it at? Oh, wait. I should probably do it like this. Where's it at? There it is. All right. That's 46. Probably drop this to 1. All right, cool. Yeah, but if you, as you can see with Fenrir, you can get like a lot. You can get a lot. You don't have to do anything crazy. Was able to get Stardust Dragon too. Interesting. This card came back, man. Obviously, the only thing I have a problem with it is like, man, there's so much branded. I gotta keep on popping Albazes in order to keep it alive. And if I put Albaz on the board, they'll just use my board to make Albalanetus. You know what they're gonna... You know what? They've given so much extra support to every single main boy and girl that copies from the Arc V animated decks except for Lyrilusk, which annoys me because I don't want to dismantle my Lyrilusk cards in case they finally decide to. You're a big fan of the Lyrilusk deck? I mean... They clearly cycle through stuff. Just keep your eye open for like news and stuff like that. What's going on in the OCG? They're usually quite a few months ahead of us. I don't think anyone's missing Lyralist, though. I've never heard anyone say that. Like, oh man, they really need to give back Lyralist support. They might, though. I wouldn't put it past them. Especially if they, like... Especially if, they're trying to do some anime promotion, right? What's up, Kang? Are there any recommendations for decks that are easy to play? There are a lot of decks that are easy to play. I think you're asking the wrong question. You have to be more specific. Are you looking for an easy to play deck that also wins a very high percentage of its games? Are you looking for an easy to play deck that is tier 1 or tier 0? Are you looking for an easy to play deck that plays lots of dragons or spellcasters, or what your favorite attribute is? You see what I'm saying, man? Because if you use a question like that, then it's like, oh, I can give you an answer, and you might not like the deck, which is the most important thing. A full retrain of Fortune Ladies? Dude, that'd be great. I would love a full retrain of... I would love that. I'm new to playing Yu-Gi-Oh games. I think, instead of me telling you, I think the best thing for you to do is to go to masterduelmeta.com. Alright? Let me pull it up. This is not just about telling you what to do, it's about giving you options. So you can look at the top decks, you can look at the top cards, you can look at the tier list. They're working on a combo guide here. Actually, let me move myself. They're working on a combo guide. Pretty neat stuff. So, I mean, we can look at the top decks. Maybe this will give us an idea. Maybe the last... Look at some top decks. Look at all these different decks, man. You literally can just pick and choose and see what people are playing and see what you like. If you may be more specific, let's go to the tier list. Right now, Kotton, Dracotail, and Branded are tier 1. So if you want to if you want top tier decks, you can just kind of stick with the top 5 here, or the top 8. If you just want these, I would just check all these out and see which one fits your playstyle, what you like, you know. Even some of these can still win games. But I'm assuming you want a deck that's easy to play and you win a lot of games. I don't know, man. I feel like all of these decks require, like, are not just pick up and play. You know what I mean? Like, seriously, I don't think any of these decks are just, oh, pick up and automatically play. Maybe Radiant Typhoon. Maybe Radiant Typhoon is like, oh, I could just pick up and figure it out easy, like 5 seconds. Mitsurugi Engine is a really solid pick too. I'm sad about my yummy Mitsurugi deck. I had so much fun with it. Well, your fun is over. Your fun is over. Didn't they remove is the yummy Link monster, that Link 1, is that at 1 still? No, it's at 2. I think it's at 1 in the TCG. Hey, man. Dude, what are you talking about? You can still play it, right? You have Snatchy at 2. You can still play it. Oh man, that was like a little harsh, right? Your fun is over. No more fun for you, yummy player. Nah, it's at 2. Yeah. I know when people were talking about Snatchy at 1 in the TCG, they were like, "Oh, it's the death of Yummy." It's over. People overreact so hard, man. They overreact way too hard, man. Cool Tune destroyed it? How? They barely go into Crackle, man. I don't know. I'm a victim of it too, right? Your favorite deck gets hit and you're like, this sucks, you're all pissed off and stuff. I get it. Can you say Endcraft? Why? Yo, don't play Endcraft, man. I'll tell you what not to play. How about that? If you want to have fun, don't play Endcraft, man. Don't do it. Don't. I will only try it if you just randomly already got the cards. You don't have to craft anything. Why? Because Branded like destroys it. It's tier 3. These decks like just beat the crap out of it. The only reason Endcraft wins most of the time is because people don't know what's going on, and they either time out from reading cards, or they just don't understand what the cards do when they're together. Ancient Gear is a lot of fun. Ancient Gear is a lot of fun for OTKs. Yeah, it's a very solid OTK deck. It's the reason why you don't see that a lot, though. I think a week or two ago I did see an Ancient Gear deck. It couldn't even get started. I didn't even let it get started. Machines are my favorites. Honestly, dragons, spellcasters, and machines are my favorites. Yeah. What about branded ones? Now you're talking. Follow me, my friend. Follow me. As you can see, there's a list of deck statistics. Check that out. It gives you a good idea what the vast majority of people are playing. Like I showed you guys before, like about 30 of your 40 cards are pretty much already decided. So, this was an example deck list here. Some people aren't running Droplet, but you can. 40 card deck, straight up. Very tightly, tight list, man. This is a great example, actually. You could just copy this list straight up. I'm looking at it right now. You literally could just copy this list. He's not running a Bystial, though, which is why you probably run Star Source instead, because you will want more Dark Dragons. Branded is damn expensive, but complicated. Wait, is it expensive? I thought there was, Aren't a lot of the cards available in the deck? Oh, wait, wrong. Hold on a second. Aren't a lot of the cards available in the deck, though? Isn't there a deck? Like, you can grab this. If you're new to... Oh, you don't have to grab that, though. Where's the deck? Structure deck. Okay. Where's the structure deck? Is it gone? Where's the gotcha for branded cards? But why is the Cockatorum line more worth it? Man, okay, so it's not about whether it's more worth it or not. At this point, branded is so figure out. You're just trying to like put little things in there to like have extra tricks, or maybe you prefer something over another, right? It depends on what you prefer. So if I was to say the reasons why I like Kakatorium is because it gives me insulation against Impermanent Veiler from searching for the Fallen of the White Dragon. It forces them to use Ash at that point if they want to stop me from getting access to it, because the cost to banish the Mercurier has nothing to do with whether or not the effect of Kakatorium resolves or not. It also gives me another body on the field, so I can use that extra body for extra synchro plays or fusion plays I didn't have before. So I actually get to push my board a little bit higher with Kakatorium on the board. It's a starter that can be normal summoned, but I can also special summon it if with the right conditions. For example, basically you have to tribute a beast, wing beast, beast warrior on the field, and then you can special summon this card from the field, from the hand or graveyard, I mean. So it's a versatile tech option that you don't have to run, but it is there. And people have found a way to use it in their branded fusion lines. And the reason why they use it over something like the what's the line? The branded sword line is because since most players run the Mercurier anyway, at least when you add Kakatorium to enable that line, it is not a brick, it is a starter. That is also becoming an extender at that point. It's a starter and extender. So with Branded Sword, if it's in your hand, it's yuck. But with Kakatorium, if it's in your hand, oh, okay, it's a full starter. It's full combo, at least. So, you know. That being said, I've seen plenty of deck lists that run the sword line, runs Branded Sword and Kakatorium to have that extra versatility, and that's totally fine too. It's all a matter of preference. You missed my main comment. Fiddle Knocker, I'm looking for it. I'm a fan of level 1 cards. The 1-star pleases me. No, I think I went too far back. I was thinking of not using Kakatorium because for Branded Fusion I can make Albion instead and send Albaz and Kit to revive Albaz. You can do that too. You'll need the Branded Sword though. You'll need Branded Sword, you'll need Albion the Shrouded Dragon. Can you repost your main comment if I missed it? Yeah. Well, we'll do a few more minutes and then I'll gotta go get dinner. Why would I need Branded Sword? It enables that line you were talking about. Oh wait, no, that's not the line I'm talking about. Oh, I know what line you're talking about. I know what line you're talking about. Never mind. So you're talking about sending... Okay, so that's one of the older lines. The one you're talking about where you send Albaz and the Springen's Kit for Red Albion. You don't activate the effect, but you use the Springen's Kit to special summon Albaz. Then you go Albaz into Ecclesia, and then you contact fuse into Albal and Adis to get the monster in the grave, to get the Red Albion in the graveyard. You can do that. That's probably on the lower end of impactful Branded Fusion plays. Branded Fusion lines, though. If you run the Branded Sword, you'll get a much better line. You'll get a little bit more power off of it. Because you'll be able to special summon the Fallen of the White Dragon from the hand, which is what you want to do 99% of the time, to send another fusion in the grave to the graveyard. Do you have a Twitch channel? No, I don't. Branded use 60 card. Sometimes. You can. I was gonna not use the fusion effect, instead use Cartesia diffusion with it later, so don't banish. Let's pull it up. Let's just let's do this real quick. I don't have branded sword in here though. I'm just gonna do your line, the line you were talking about, just so you can see it. Hopefully we get a fall on the white dragon in our hand. I'm sold, I'll use it. Alright. I'm already here, so I'm gonna do it anyway. Oh, nice. This is a stupid hand, but we're gonna retry it. That hand was bonkers. That hand was bonkers, dude. Alright, here we go. So, let's get Branded Fusion. Let's get Branded Fusion. Alright. Red Albion. Tribegate Springen's Kit, Fall on the White Dragon. Just so anyone knows what the line looks like. You don't activate this effect, you activate this. Pretend this looper is not on the field, okay? So it's basically Albaz, Ecclesia, Fallen and Virtuous. Fallen and Virtuous will dump the Rimbrum in this case to reborn the Albaz, go into Ecclesia, OG Albaz, go into your stuff, right? So that's decent. Almost all of your interactions rely on the OG Albaz resolving. Unfortunately, that's one of the weaknesses of it. There's not much else going on here. So that's one reason. That's one thing. Now let's try. I should have Cockatourium in here. Let's see what the Cockatourium line looks like. Damn. Okay, I'm gonna go grab it. What's going on? Oh, wow. Oh. LOL. Retry. I'm running 2, not 3. Thought I was running 3. My bad. Man, this is what I'm talking about. I gotta run 3, man. I love running 3. Ew. Let me show the Nadir Servant line real quick. Because someone was asking about why would you run Nadir Servant. This is why. Alright, so Nadir Servant. I'm gonna send Titaniclad. Get Fall on the White Dragon. Okay. It's just Nadir Servant by itself. Activate. Remember, we can't fuse, right? We're gonna send the Dragon Devours to Dogma. Special summon. Activate effect. You could get Incredible Ecclesia, or you can get Dogmatic Ecclesia. I'm gonna get Dogmatic Ecclesia. And that's going to get me my copy of the Fallen and Virtuous. Okay. I'm not counting any of these other cards in my hand. Alright, so this looks like we haven't done much, right? Now check this out. Titaniclad. Get Quem. Quem effect. We're going to dump the Cartesia. Still our turn. The Fallen Virtuous that we did not set, we add it to our hand. Activate it. I'm going to dump Blazing Cartesia. We're going to pop this this Ecclesia. Quem's going to activate. Boom. Alright, so what you're seeing here is exactly what... This is like the bare bones what you need to initiate the branded engine. This is how you start the branded resource loop. Right? This is what you want. And 1 or 2, maybe 3, but typically like 2 to 1 fusion monsters in the graveyard to have activated their effects during the end phase. Oh, we still have cards popping off? That's crazy because the Dogmatic Ecclesia actually added the typically with they'll use the Albion the Branded Dragon. A lot of people will normally do that to get the Fallen and Virtuous. But what I did was I used the Dogmatic Ecclesia to do it. So now I can set my another copy of the Fallen Virtuous, and I can get the Tri-Brigade Mercurier as another interruption. So right? So wow. Okay. We're gonna pause here. So we have the Fallen Virtuous, we have the Quem. So this is basically what the board looks like off of a 1 to Deer Servant. I didn't use any other cards. So the way it works is I have access to Albaz, so now I can use this Cartesia to basically go into Mirrorjade whenever I feel like it during the main phase. Then we can potentially use the Quem to reborn a card because of that. Now, and once I go into an Albaz fusion, this unlocks the Mercurier to monster negate. Then I still have the Fallen Virtuous to either pop something or reborn because I have a Ecclesia in the graveyard. So I guess we can just, like, I don't know, activate this effect. Right? Do that now. We go into... We can go into Red Albion if we want. Yeah. Actually, no, we can go into Grand Guignol. No, we want to go into Red Albion, my bad. Alright. My bad. Boom. Chainlink 1. And then we can go Chainlink 2, right? Either we can go Chainlink 2, or we can use the Fallen and Virtuous to pop our Mirrorjade after we use it, and then have the Quem reborn it. That's one of 2 options. We'll do like the most regular way, though. We won't even activate this yet. Make Mirrorjade. I will banish you. Do I want to do that? Yeah, I do want to do that. Right? It's like the most basic thing. So we banish the Mirrorjade. I'll go ahead and dump this. Not using it yet. Alright. We can do something like this. Quem, bring it back. I could also just use the fallen versions to pop something on their side of the field. Albion the Branded Dragon doesn't have to be on the board. Typically, I would like to have this off the field, to be honest, because I'm worried about Albaz being done against me. So, yeah. So at least you get a whole bunch. You get a bunch of those things. I still have the monster negate too. Right. Still have the monster negate. Cartesia. Those are my hands. Get Branded Fusion during the end phase. It's a really basic example of what the Deer Servant does. And now you gotta remember, dude, that was like one card. That was like one card. So when you combine that with your other 4 cards, you're gonna be... It's ridiculous because you're not doing that as your first action 99% of the time. You're just not, dude. You're not doing it the vast majority of the time first or even second option. You're doing it as your final option, your nuclear option. And that's a great red button to have. Alright, I'm out of here. Dude, alright, I'm out of here, man. I love how you enthusiastically and fully explain your answers. Appreciate it, dude. I think that's what I focus on with this channel. Not that I'm the best or the smartest player at all. Being able to teach somebody requires patience and full comprehension of, you know, of what words mean, so that people really fully understand it like as simply as possible. Brandon Despia, would you like to help me test my Dogmatica deck if it gets branded? Unfortunately, no, I can't do that. Unfortunately, I can't, cause I'm about to go to bed. Not bed. I'm about to go get dinner. Yeah. I should have left like 2 hours ago, to be honest. I have chicken I have to like cook and marinate and stuff. Yeah, man. All right. I guess that's it, huh? You guys enjoy yourselves? I think we've been streaming for like almost 8 hours, which is not what I expected, but I appreciate you guys coming through and hanging out. We'll try to stream again tomorrow. Mostly do like rank stuff. If any of this helped at all, please consider subscribing to the channel. I have a TCG link in the description. If you like buying cards from TCGplayer.com, it doesn't really cost you anything at all. Just simply order the cards through that link. Anything you buy that you have gotten anyway, it actually just passively supports the channel, so I can really use the help, so thank you so much. Is there a Discord channel? Unfortunately, no, there isn't. I just feel like... I don't feel like I need a Discord channel. I don't feel like I need it because... I look at all the other branded creators right now, and they're doing, like, really good. What they say makes sense. They're already on the right path helping people. I always suggest going to their channels, their Discords instead. You know what I mean? Because one thing I don't want to do is be like, join my channel for X, Y, and Z when you literally can get it anywhere else. You know what I mean? I'm trying to focus on the parts that only I can do. And that's unique. That way people want to come over and hang out. I think Pack is good. I think Galzo and Metagames GX is good. You'll see a lot of guests on their channels that are also good representatives of branded content. So you should like look at what they're doing, look at their content, look at their Discord. It probably would be a lot more established and more organized than mine's anyways, if I even was to make one. I'm terrible at organizing things. Which is why I have to like really focus when I'm working on guides and stuff. It doesn't have to be about learning. I enjoy hanging out with you, and they can't offer that. See that's different. That's different. Yeah. Maybe if a lot more people recommend or ask for it, I will consider it. But to be honest, not enough people are really doing that. So I'm fine with just chilling, coming here, saying hi, posting my thoughts, and having some Master Duel matches. Yeah. So we're gonna try to stream tomorrow. We're gonna try to do it a little bit earlier because I do have things I gotta do later on tomorrow. So, all right. Wow, I gotta actually go through the videos that we've recorded today because I think a lot of it was not that great. A lot of it was not that great, dude. I'm gonna have to do a lot of editing. So I'm gonna have to eat and take care of that. So, yeah, take care of yourself, everybody. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. Enjoy playing Branded. Have fun. Don't take it too seriously. It's not that big of a deal. It really isn't. It's just Yu-Gi-Oh, you know. It's not real life. We'll have our spot. We'll have our time in the spotlight for a while, and then they'll make changes, and then people will, you know, complain about Branded again. I don't know. It'll be what it is. But I do like playing this Branded. If you're looking for a new deck, I would suggest Branded because it's one of the most resilient decks against ban lists. That's what I would say. It has barely received hits over the course of its history. So it's a very safe deck to hyper invest in. Right? Branded Fusion's cheap. The vast majority of the cards are very cheap. You can spend like $30 or whatever it is to get a deck, the Fallen Virtuous deck, and have 80 to 90% of the cards you need. You don't need Albion the Sanctifier Dragon, which is one of the more expensive cards, which is great. And then you're just spending your money on non-engine and you're spending your money on non-engine and you're spending your money on a few tech cards here and there. Most of them are cheap. Cockatourium's inexpensive. Super Polymerization, I believe, is in the deck, the structure deck. The Bystials are in there as well. Yeah, you're just mostly spending your money on non-engine at that point. And they should have reprinted the Fuwalos, right? So, yeah. And some decks are even considering not running super expensive cards next format, like Droplet and Crown. So you can actually just wait for those things to go down in price and then pick them up. I think yours a bigger scene on Twitch than YouTube. Maybe. I wouldn't know, dude. I honestly wouldn't know. I wouldn't know at all. All right, guys. Have a good weekend. Enjoy the rest of your time. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully, and take care. Until the next time, where we have another conversation about Branded.